doing everything they possibly can to try and get us into war. Maybe doing is even something like September.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another episode of the Black Swan Capitalist YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing well and in high spirits. Today we have a very special guest, Martin Armstrong, a self-taught economic forecaster who offers a unique perspective on the underlying changes within the global economic and political environment. Martin, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. I think everybody has to roll in this together. It's time everybody starts waking up a little bit to what's actually happening.
Nicely said. And it's an absolute pleasure on my end as well. So I have watched a few of your recent interviews, and I have to say I really did connect with you. Had to have you on the show because you offer such a unique perspective on some of the topics you were discussing, including the history of central banking.
It's terrible when the interviewer is more interested in himself than the interviewee. Good morning. Good Sunday. How are you? The one is first. Hey, Gerald Kramer. How are you? Hey, John Platinum Croissant. Or it might be croissant in the middle of the South. I don't know. Croissant. Hey, Ben. Zizu. Al. T-Rex. T. Alex. Eddie. Darren. Tim. Chris. Mike. Ryan. I thought that interview would start more quickly, but I think all of us have to be worried now. I'll just read one thing to you. If it offends you that what happened 2 Saturdays ago happened, or if it offends you that what happened 2 Saturdays ago didn't result in the evil goal. In other words, whichever side of the divide you're on in this country, I think you have to be aware that that's probably not going to be the last attempt. And more than that, you have to expand your thinking to what other ways could the real powers that be entrap a new presidency in their agenda. Our country is being, in my judgment, is controlled by the banks, the military-industrial complex, perhaps the pharmaceuticals, perhaps big agriculture. But the big one is the banks and BlackRock, who control the news. Today, I'm an older guy than most of you guys. I cannot believe this. But today, the United States military has sent 2 B-52 bombers over northern Finland. Finland. It's right next door to Russia. In a historic first and in a clear, strong message aimed at Russia. Finland entered the NATO alliance in April of 23, and this marks the first big act of military cooperation with NATO and the US over its territory. No, it's a provocation. It's a provocation. And I know there's others on this side, oh, Putin's a bad guy. Putin invaded. It's terrible. All right, fine. If you want to win that, I grant it all to you. You're 100% right. Putin's the worst guy ever, and we're the greatest country ever. We're just 10 or 12,000 miles from home, protecting a border that of an innocent country. I grant all of that to you. I'm so tired of arguing with the lowest common denominator of thinking out there. I'm not picking on anybody that believes that. I'm talking about the mainstream press. If you get your news from CNN, Washington Post, CBS, MSNBC, New York Times, USA Today, it's all controlled and directed by BlackRock. We don't have a free press anymore. But all right, if I grant that to you, doesn't this scare you? Do you really want World War III, which could be over in half a day, and the world is finished? I don't understand the logic. The bombers entered Finland from Norway's northern region, linking up with Finnish fighter jets for the rest of the flight. Today, Finland has implemented cooperation with the strategic bombers of the United States in the territory of Finland. Finnish Defense Minister Antti Hakanen announced. It is a normal cooperation carried out in the territory of a NATO member country, and it demonstrates the basic pillar of common defense and deterrence. But as the Barents Observer underscores, this flight was an unprecedented first. 2 B-2 strategic bombers over northern Finland is far from normal. So I submit to you, and I think the time is short. Our world is going to change, and it's time to start making decisions that allow you even a modicum of survivability as a panic comes in. We've got the Olympics coming up. We've got this. We have Netanyahu coming into Congress. And anyone that's we're a free country, remember. Freedom of speech. Anyone who speaks out in Congress against Netanyahu will be arrested. Blinken, whose forebears are from the Ukraine, as I understand it, and may have been subject to the horrible reality of pogroms and etc. He announced that Iran is 2 days away from nuclear weapons. Guys, war is coming. War is one way for the powers, the people that are in power. Do you believe Biden's running the country? I know Biden's great. I know that. I know he's great. He's great. He's great. I got it. I'm not trying to make a political point. Somebody's running this country. They don't want to lose power. So anyway, how does it relate to this? I might be wrong, but I think the stock market, particularly the Russell 2000, there's the symbol for the index calls on the Russell are, I think, RUS. I think the Russell could go up 25, 30, 40% from here. And I think that's a trade that everybody could make. I have to figure out how to do it. I've never traded index options on the Russell 2000. But for a small amount of money, you could create, and I'm not giving you financial advice, but depending on how you did it, You bought 3 calls. As it runs up, you sell one to take your money off and hold on to the other 2. There's no guarantee. But I think as the Fed, probably by next week, starts to swing into action to save Biden's presidency, and maybe to, by the way, I think you all remember I told you, I suggested to you for over a year now that it'll be Hillary Clinton who runs against Trump. They'll swing in to save a Clinton presidency. They want Gensler to be Treasury Secretary, but also just to get on the good side of Trump. It's possible. I think it will be a mistake, but I think it's possible that the Fed will lower interest rates at the meeting at the end of July and then start onward. But the amount of money that will start flowing into US markets, lower interest rates, debt, war, I think the stock market is going to skyrocket, absolutely skyrocket. No guarantees. And if the bond market rolls over, that scenario is off the table. But I think the bond market and the Fed seem to indicate rates are coming down. Seem, it's tough to predict the future. So there may be 1 or 2 more trades, and it doesn't have to be the Russell 2000. It can be silver. It can be small stocks. I think Finger might qualify as a stock that goes up. But the stocks that we've all looked at, all these POS stocks, they somehow are isolated in the barrel so that Wall Street can shoot the fish in the barrel. And that's just how it is. It's just how it is. No one seems to be stepping up to buy them. I don't know, but it might come to some of the other stocks we're looking at. But I think as the rotation from some of these big tech companies continues and the fear of missing out happens, there's going to be a whoosh upward in the Dow, maybe up, I would guess 25% from here. NASDAQ up 25% from here. Russell 2000, I think, could go farther, or as a girlfriend of mine used to say, further, then would it go further or would it go farther? I guess it would go further and end up farther than the other exchanges. So I think she was probably right. Anyway, there may be some trades for you to make. Small, don't gamble a lot, where you can get a little cash together. But after that, I don't know when. Will it be third quarter, fourth quarter next year? Will Trump be able to delay the collapse of U.S. markets? I don't know. Trump at his speech, I thought there was one thing he offered, but I don't think our country will take him up on it, is if everybody gets together and we all start believing in the American dream again, and we start working together and are optimistic. I don't think we're going to do that. And so Trump might win, but he also might be the first president to reside over a Great Depression since Hoover / FDR. So what I'm trying to get you thinking about, things aren't going to be the same. You're going to see, we're running out of time to just bitch and moan. I'm talking about myself, not you, about, oh gosh, I missed out on that. Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't. It's time to do some acting, fast acting to acting right now. Anyway, Ham will be on now blessedly to save you from my thought process in 8 minutes. This scares the heck out of me. As the Russian fighters approached, separately, the Kremlin said Russian forces scrambled MiG-29 and MiG-31 fighter jets as the bombers made their way north of Finland over the Barents Sea. Our country's being run, and one, Victoria Nuland, just retired, but there's people at the top of our defense system whose grandparents remember with bitterness, and justifiable bitterness, by the way, how their families and their people that were treated by the Cossacks. Do you remember Cossacks before the Soviet Union? And then Stalin and the Russians. And then, believe it or not, by the Ukrainians themselves. But here we are poking the bear. Can we fight Russia? We can't even feed our poor. We can't even take care of our infrastructure. We can't even help children get the best education they can. I don't know. As the Russian fighters approached, the U.S. strategic bombers turned away from the state border of the Russian Federation. The Russian warplanes safely returned to their base airfields. The flight of the Russian fighters was carried out in strict accordance with international rules for the use of airspace over neutral waters. Finnish Air Force flew a training mission with 2 B-52 bombers today. FA-18 Hornet multi-role fighters flew with the U.S. bombers from Lapland to Gulf of Finland, where the bombers continued their mission with the EU. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting, but it scares me very much that we're going to war. And once war starts, nobody controls war. Nobody controls war. Have you ever gotten angry? Have you ever been in a bar fight? Have you ever gotten mad at your spouse? When anger is coursing through you, you say and do and think things without filter sometimes. Not everybody, but sometimes. War unleashes hell, and there's no margin for error. There's nuclear armed submarines off of Cuba aimed at us. Anyway, let's move on. I'm just 5 minutes for Ham. I'm just pointing these things out because you have to think it through. How will it affect U.S. markets? I will tell you one thing. In times of worldwide flight to safety and panic, the U.S. dollar will be king. It will be king. Everybody's talking negatively about the dollar, the BRIC nations, all this, all going down. But when the heat is on, the dollar will be strong. Now, I'm not saying that'll be forever. I'm not saying that'll be forever. But you're going to have to be twinkle toes, Mikhail Baryshnikov, as you navigate these changes in the world's future. There was Susan Trimbath put up, and I read it the other day, so I can paraphrase it, but she put up that if the United States reflected in its markets the counterfeits, I'm completely paraphrasing, but our markets would be worth half of what they are now. And she doesn't really know. But imagine that. Imagine that. there's changes coming. So we have to start getting in fighting shape, get our minds nimble, study, have some ideas, make some trades, and we got to move on from. We all know. All right, 3 minutes before you're rescued from my drivel, but we all know that these fronts, like the Kramers, like Jeffrey Easton, that Jeremy Frommer praises Hosanna over. These are fronts, and Yorkville. These are fronts. Aubrey Advisor. These are fronts for on an industrial scale, arm's length, the selling into existence before the note is signed, during the tenancy of the note, and after the note is gone, whether it is settled or bought back or expires, the wave of selling is an avalanche. And once the company shares are down, they can't get back up. Doesn't matter. And they keep going and they keep going. The entire regulatory community has been compromised. Congress is bought out, and Gary Gensler is corrupt. The SEC is corrupt. I'll point out that all of this is my opinion, and in my judgment, the whole video is editorial. So we know that in some of these stocks, we were up against it. And what causes short squeezes is surprise, fear, and surprise. Our three chief weapons are fear, surprise, and an almost fanatical devotion to the Pope. Amongst our weapons are surprise. It's got to be surprise. There is no surprise. Not in GTII. It's all gone. Finger there might be, but I would submit to you that Finger is under control. Ham has a different view, but that doesn't mean Finger won't double, triple, quadruple from here. That's my opinion, and could be very quickly. I think we have to stop thinking about short squeezes. They may happen. They may happen, but that can't be why we do what we do right now. We're running out of time of the normal market to readjust where we are so we can be ready for what's coming, and what's coming could last a decade. Don't doom and gloom, because what they announce on TV is the market's up. It becomes a market of stocks. It becomes a market of businesses which survive. It becomes areas where you know what you're doing and you can thrive. But you got to be willing to think beyond the groupthink of CNN and MSNBC. All right, I'm sure Ham will call in, so I'll stop there. Hey, Ben Palmer, Sizu, Al Williams, T. Alex, Darren Collins, Just Mike, Tim Casey, Ryan Williams, Lyrical. Hello again. Hello. Hey, Stan, Folks Toy King. Here you go. You're saved.
Call from Andy.
You're saved.
Matter?
All right. You're live. No?
I sent you William
Yeah,
and me
you are.
practicing in my backyard hitting pickleballs into the baseball net that we used to pitch balls into. And I just stand there and I hit 300-400 balls. You can see the speed when you get a chance. Look at it. Anyway, let's go right on to this thing. I know it's the middle of the day, Sunday, and I just wanted to touch base with everybody. I sent it out to 1,000 people. I posted it. It's on Twitter. I don't have many followers anymore because I keep getting
Biden is dropping out of the 24 race. He just issued a letter.
Who cares? You got it. It's garbage. Get out of it, that guy. Anyway,
Biden just dropped out. Traders on the New York Stock Exchange don't care, but you guys might. Anyway, go on.
The guy's dead. What are you kidding me? The guy's useless. Anyway, the whole thing's a scam. Anyway, what I was trying to tell you is, everybody, I posted everything I could possibly post. You had a chance to listen to Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne said the only thing he cares about before he disappears is stock settlement. Patrick Byrne is the guy that exposed all the Dominion voting machines. He did all the stuff himself, his own money, and showed Donald Trump what's going on. And now everything is turned, and he will be added to the new administration. He said it. He said it himself, not me. Pat Byrne said it. For those who don't know Pat Byrne, this guy is a pit bull. Once he starts, he will not stop. And trust me, he's coming in, and they're going to wipe out the shorts. I think it's 79 trading days tomorrow to the election. Once they get in, it's all over with. Second, yesterday, Devin Nunes and the chairman of Rumble were at the Republican National Convention. A good friend of mine saw the video, sent it to me. I sent it to Kristen, and she broke it up for everyone to see. All right, it's right there. Congress is investigating. We're not going away. We will not stop. That's Devin Nunes. Even the chairman of Rumble, who I've spoken to before, has now had enough. He's getting 2 million fails to deliver a day. Rumble's 4 million. I mean, DJT's 4 million. They tried to assassinate Trump. Someone naked shorted 12 million before the election, before the assassination attempt. They're investigating every angle, the motive of what's going on here. This is game, set, match, people. If it doesn't happen, and once Trump is in, it's never going to happen. Run, protect your kids, bury your money. It's over with. That's where we stand. This is going to happen. They're going to get wiped out. My money's on Patrick Byrne, Devin Nunes, and everybody else around this thing. The bad guys are done. I was at a party yesterday, and someone actually knows the chairman of Virtue, VIRT, which is a market maker. It's a $30 stock. He owns 70,000 shares. He knows the chairman's brother. I told him to sell it because there's a high probability it will go to zero. Market makers, if they have to make a legitimate market, are just as good as traders as you are. Once you don't have the advantage, they can't compete. It's to say they're just shooting in the dark. Imagine someone calling you up, hey, I got 10,000 XYZ to buy, to sell. You want to buy it? You're going to say, what the fuck is that? They don't know. They can't possibly know all these stocks. And it becomes an even game. All right? They will get wiped out. That stock will get crushed. The guy, the chairman, will get out of the game because he doesn't have the advantage anymore. That's what's going to happen here. Once the game is equal, all the market makers will drop out of the game. And that's why there aren't any anymore, because they all dropped out. And the only ones that are left are the ones that are committing fraud. There were thousands of market makers. Every brokerage firm had market makers. None of them have it anymore. The game is over. Me, William, everyone else here, the game is over. There's two stocks that have a problem. It's the MMTLP because it's not trading, and GTII because the chairman has to step out and they got to get themselves reorganized. And I'll leave that up to Richard Hoffman. I'm not an attorney. Other than that, go find whatever stock you like, build a position in it because the shit's going to hit the fan. You got 79 trading days to go. And if I was a short seller, I'm not waiting till the last day. If I sold a couple of $1 billion, I'd rather lose 2, walk away with 3, and not be caught with my pants down when the shit hits the fan. So again, go find whatever stock it is. I don't need to talk about it. I don't need to talk about it anymore. There's nothing to say. I'll look for more information from Devin Nunes. I'll look for more information about Pat Byrne. I'll try to get him to speak again. People don't write to me on Twitter, say Pat Byrne's not talking about it. Pat Byrne doesn't need to talk about it. That man executes. Go to deepcapture.com. Go read. Go look at Pat Byrne, what he has done. He's done everything in his power to expose naked shorts. He's done everything in his power to expose the criminals in the election fraud. And now he's going to be in the power under the Trump administration. And all he wants to do is called stock settlement. So those who don't understand, the naked short means they cannot settle a trade because they're selling you a IOU that you get nothing. Pat Byrne wants to enforce settlement. He said it on the video, on the conference call. He will be invited into the administration. He will raise his hand, and that's what he's going to do. Everyone respects him in the administration. Look out. Donald Trump, Devin Nunes, the chairman of Rumble, everybody else knows that there's GameStop money to be made out here. Force the shorts to cover, and you get some free billions of dollars. GameStop got $4 billion for a company that was going out of business. Not $1 billion, $4 billion. Okay? From a short squeeze. DJT has them, Rumble has them, Finger Motion has them, GTI has them, MFTLP has them. They all have them. They're going to start accumulating. You're going to see them start to turn. I can't tell you this second. Okay? But again, this is about accumulation. You got 79 days to go. If Trump loses or they kill him before then, it's over. If he doesn't get in, it's over. If he gets in, the shorts are dead. The whole street is dead. All right, so I think they know it, and I think they're going to start to cover, and I think you're going to start seeing strange trading patterns in stocks. GameStop, I don't know how much more is short this stock. It's been, manipulated back and forth. I don't know the numbers anymore. I don't think anybody really knows in that stock because I think the company has already sold 120 million shares to the shorts to cover. AMC, he's plugged the shorts a while ago. So again, the KOSS looks like it's got a nice big short position. I'm sure JGME has them in there, but I think there's better plays than GameStop. I think it's just that all the big boys are playing in there. And as you can see, each week they slaughter the options on everyone there. If you buy the dip, you can sell the rip. When it runs up, take the profit, buy some cheap calls, you're invested. That's the best part about GameStop right now is you can buy it. Everyone comes in buying it back, driving it up. You sell the stock for a profit. I don't care if you make 50 cents. Go out and buy a 50-cent call. The 50-cent call could be 37.5 with the stock at 27, up 10 points. If it's going to explode and you think it's going to 200, what's the difference? 37, 40s, it doesn't make a difference. And you do it with their money, not your money. Playing with the house's money is much better than your money, and you don't have to worry about on Fridays your options get wiped out. A lot of people got wiped out again for the 5th week in a row. Roaring Kitty's nowhere to be found. Hey, listen, he disappears. He's not educating you on anything. Be careful what you're doing here. Don't listen to this guy. He's picking his stock. He won, blah, 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 blah. The stock went to 80. How does he not sell it? How does he not tell all the poor people in the stock, hey, if you bought it at 20, you paid 30 or 40, sell what you can, get some money off the table, and then you can buy the dip back. Never said boo. He's nervous, I guess, because he's probably going to get, they're probably chasing him to execute him or something for his manipulation. They do it on him, and that's probably why he didn't sell it. But you can't follow someone that doesn't teach you how to play this game. I tell you every day, if you buy something and it runs up, try to get your money off the table, sell a little at a time after this way, and this way you're always there to participate in a home run swing. That's the only way to do it. There's no other way to play it. Anything, William? You got something to say?
Well, I agree
I don't care about Joe Biden, so don't bring it up again.
No, I have nothing to say.
Anyone have any questions about this?
KYP says hello.
I always say hi to her. Watch the videos, people. I'm educating you. It's right there. I know Patrick Byrne. He will execute these people. He will wipe them out. He has no more mercy, no more time for this game. All right? He's a 4-time cancer survivor. He is here to win. He does not care. And he's well respected now in the administration. And Donald Trump knows, Devin Nunes knows that these guys are manipulating their stock. It's right there in the videos. Just listen. Reach out to Devin Nunes. Keep saying things to him. Reach out to those people. These are powerful people. He was on the Intel committee in the government. All right? I'm on the candy store committee. I go to this candy, go to the corner store and get and get an egg cream. That's what I do. All right. I'm just a guy that understands the fraud, like Pete from Philly, William from Washington, D.C., a KYP from, Bed-Stuy. Everyone understands it now. There's nothing to talk about anymore. The company, I follow finger motion. The company, I follow their fundamentals. That's only going to make it worse for these guys. GTII has to get fundamentals. Richard is trying to remove them. We can't do anything till they do the filing and remove management. If anyone has a brain there, the CEO should get the hell out and put companies in there. I've been reached out to people. I had to go find someone a shell today. The Trento guys are looking for a shell to put the company in someplace else because this is taking too long. There's good companies that want to go into this thing, and they just have to move it along. I have nothing to do with it. Zero. We provided the crooks. We showed you exposed the crooks. We dragged in the Alpine, which is thank you to the woman from DBMM for giving us that heads up. We blew up Alpine when the stock went to 10. They committed fraud, just kept selling it back down. They were busted by the DTC. And you have the proof from a court document that this is all going on. No one settled in the trades. We can't do anything about it. It comes down to the SEC. Thank God we now have the most powerful man in the world, Donald Trump. His company, DJT, under attack. They know it, and they're going to end it. And we have Patrick Byrne, who's the #1 expert in the world on this stuff. He knows the whole thing. He has a cast around him that are well-versed on this stuff, and he will wipe them out. You got 79 days. Does anyone have any questions? Pick your stock, whether it's Rumble, whether it's, MULN, CVM, Northwest Bio, whatever it may be. The game is going to change. These guys are going to have to start to cover. And the guys that cover first lose less money. That's just how it's going to be. Guys like Jeff Easton, damn low-hanging fruit. Citadel, Virtue, they're going to give these guys an opportunity to cover, stop doing it, and have a chance to survive and not go to jail. That's what I see going on. The rest of the gang is going to jail. Guys like Lynn Partners, Yorkville, these guys that just keep robbing people and couldn't care less, they go into jail. The big boys are going to get the warning, have to clean up the mess, and won't be able to do it again. Market makers are going to become market makers once again. Not guys that go into the box and just sell all day long. It's going to become market makers from now on. Anything else, William?
JD is asking you, is the Univest contract with Finger going to expire?
I don't know. Listen, this is all I can think about Univest. Univest was brought in they put up that S3 to raise $300 million at any time the stock goes, right? Well, the stock hasn't gone yet, so why would the company, and the company has told William they're not raising money down here, so what is Univest doing? I don't know. I think their purpose here is to raise money at higher levels, that when the stock goes, they can say, hey, man, I got a guy who give you $50 million right now. They're not going to do it here. They're able to do it at $50, give the guy a discount, and the guy can make a few bucks on it, but the company's not going to give it to him down here. They said it in the video. Am I correct, William?
Yeah.
So, Univest is useless unless the stock is going. That means they have clients that want to invest, but the company won't sell it to them down here. So to me, unless the stock goes higher, Univest is really a non-event. I told you the company's meeting with a major New York City firm. My friend is on the institutional block desk. He's the head of institutional sales. And he told me that the company's meeting with them. I forgot the date. I think it's July 30th to 29th. And the management of that firm reached out to the company. That's what my friend told me. They're bringing them in. So maybe they heard through the grapevine. Maybe they know someone in China. Something's going on the investment banking side. I'm sure not to raise money, but to get research and get coverage. So that's something William has been saying is missing. Am I correct, William?
What's missing? Critical thinking?
Research, institutional
Oh,
ownership.
yeah.
Those are things.
There's no natural buyers for any of this crap.
Right.
So is the bottom line?
The thing that's going great for Finger Motion is that they can keep building their business and the institutions will come.
Yeah.
So if an institution wants to pay attention now, they get in, they get a chance to partner up with the company in an early stage. That's it. And go back in time and look at the companies that I'll go back in time. I forget who it was, whether it was JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley that was behind, or I can't remember. Maybe I think it was Credit Suisse back in the day. They were behind Amazon. I remember like $9-10. They kept giving them money even though they were losing. They got in early, and of course they must have made a fortune when the stock went to, $2,000, whatever it went to. Getting in early is the most important thing, except when your company's being naked shorted like I am. I got in early and I'm only down 87 cents. That's because I got in early way. Nothing else?
Jim is saying the bottom line is the SEC will not enforce their own rules.
Forget that, Jim, forget it. Pat Burns going to take care of it. That's it. The SEC is useless. Donald Trump, DJT, Pat Burns will enforce it. If they don't, Jim, run for the fucking hills because it's over. That's it. There's nothing to say. We know the SEC is standing here doing nothing. They're frozen. They can't do anything. We can see it. There's nothing to talk about that anymore. We did. MMTOP is a classic example. How could they shut it down? They have emails from the Freedom of Information, and these guys have done nothing for 2 years. We know they're not doing anything. We have the most powerful man on our side in the world on our side now, and the people going into his administration are experts on what we need to get done. Pat Byrne is not an expert on military shells. He's not an expert on this or that. He's an expert on naked short selling. Don't believe me? Go to Deep Capture. Watch the Deep Capture movie. He'll tell you right there. Go see who he is. Next.
Wickedums wants to know, how is GTII being shorted when it's not even trading?
It's a great question. I saw someone post that today. I have no idea. I don't believe there's anything really going on there. A friend of mine put a 3-cent bid for 1 million shares. He didn't get one share. For $3,000, he put a 1 million share bid in. Got nothing. That's Mike from Detroit did that. And Frank from Tampa, if you're on the phone, I hope you are, reach out to the guy in Naples. Let's move it along. You know who I have to get to. Let's go. Next, who else? Don't let me come down to Tampa and get you, Frank. Next.
Just thumbs up for you.
Listen, there's no thumbs up for me. Listen, people, I'm here to kill this thing, make as much money as I can, because getting the opportunity and understanding it, this is the chance of a lifetime. We've been fighting this thing. The SEC has turned its back on us. We put the truck out there 15 times. We call out the crooks every goddamn day. And by some luck of the stars, Donald Trump dragged in. Pat Byrne came into it. He came back into my life. Donald Trump's public companies being naked shorted. They tried to assassinate him. They shorted the stock before it. Johnny Tobacco put it up. He brought it to everybody's attention. It was a great job by him. They're going to investigate the short sellers. End the conversation. This shit's coming. This shit's getting real. They have to be insane to still be short that stock. Insane. Because if they catch them and the roads lead back to them, I'm sure when President Trump gets in there, these guys are all going to jail. And they're not. There's no fooling around. Bernie Madoff went to jail. The guy from FTX went to jail. The guy from who just ripped off Credit Suisse and everybody, that guy from New Jersey, he's going to jail for 25 years. They're putting people away now. It's open season on security fraud. And naked short selling, trying to short it in front of a presidential assassination, these guys are going to jail, whoever did it. You can't get any more powerful people on our side. It's impossible. And I can't believe I waited 24 years and I got the next president of the United States, and Pat Byrne on my side. I thought Pat Byrne, who was sick, left, he came back. He did the right thing with the elections, and now he's on our side, back and doing what he's going to say he's going to do. It's right there. There's no way it could possibly end this miserable chapter of my life that just came out. And every dollar I can get, I'm going to buy stocks that I believe are going to go. And I'm going to do exactly what I told you. If I buy a GameStop or DJT, and when it runs up, I'll buy it, flip it, buy cheap calls, and don't look at it again. I'm going to try to do as much as possible. Finger motion, it's an option that doesn't expire. As much as I could possibly do. That's it. I'm not following Northwest Bio, OPK, XXII, VUZI, ZYXI. My family owns GDC. I don't own the other one, ZYJ, CYJL, but I forgot the symbol on it, ZYJL. My friends own it. I can't win on everywhere. I'm not Fidelity Management. I'm calling my friends. I call them all the time. It's time to get a basket, get finger motion, get a basket, invest. Now's the time. You got 79 days. Think about if you knew Apple's new iPhone was coming out and you got the call 79 days before it came out. And no one knows it yet. It's like inside information. You got the inside information, correct, William?
Yeah.
Is it a way of looking at it? I had 16,000 people follow me. I got 900 or 800 now because I got kicked off. Those people are not following anymore. They gave up. They moved on. They're not understanding what we're seeing. People don't retweet it. I'm looking at it saying, people are retweeting what the Kardashians are saying. I'll give you an opportunity to change your life. I believe this is going to change people's lives. And if you ask the people who bought GameStop at 3 3/4 and sold it at 400 or 300, it changed their lives. Roaring Kitty was living in his basement. Now he's buying 9 million shares of stock. I think it changed his life. I just think that he was too stupid to take it off the table and run away. Anything else, William?
No.
I don't want to waste everyone's day on a
There's
Sunday.
one gentleman has a question that's not in your firebrand alley. If an investor direct registered their shares, had them in paper out of the DTCC, can the company still reverse split?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yes is the answer.
I would say yes. I would say yes also.
And let me go to the bottom.
Direct registration, all this stuff is to expose, is to get the criminals. That's all that's going on. Everybody's trying to figure out a way to crush these guys. Finger motion, the special dividend has to be approved any day. It's it's a 10% dividend, a warrant. The short is short 230 million shares. He's going to be short 23 million the day they announce the record date. 23 million. That's not a joke. That's a big number, my friends. And that was done to trap these fuckers. Just go look around, see how many people have done drinks like this. Only one that I know. GTII, Overstock. Not many people have tried it. GTII, the government fucked everybody in that one. That's how hard it is to get past these criminals. When the police are protecting the crooks, how do you get past that? Anyway, people, I'm just trying to give you a Sunday afternoon understanding. I posted it. Christian Shaughnessy posted it. Listen to Devin Nunes. She put it up in black and white. You can read it, highlight it yourself. Take the words out of there. Congress is investigating. We're not going away. I told you they were investigating. I can't give you the gory details on every hour what they're doing. They don't tell me that. I've been telling you they're doing it. And it's got to happen before the election. Otherwise, all these boneheads are going to say Donald Trump is pushing it, his own agenda. He's not stupid. He knows what he's going to do. Devin Nunes has instructions. I guarantee you instructions are fix this before the election. That's what his instructions are. And he's getting investigated because he's the CEO and he's got ties into Congress and he was on the Intel committee. All right? Very different from us to him. Wake up, do your homework. This is showtime. We don't need to do these calls every day. I'm not a cheerleader, all right? I'm here trying to teach you. And for my new friend in Miami, it's a tough game. DJT is going to turn. You have to be in. Just think if you're short that stock. Number one, you know the feds are going to come investigate it because they tried to kill the president over it. Whether you like it or not, they're going to expose and see who the short sellers are. They're going to get dragged in. And when they find out there's so many more naked shorts in this thing, they're all going to get exposed. There's no problem on the long side. The problem's on the short side. And these guys just brought more attention to it. I'm not saying I wanted it to kill the guy, but they brought more attention to it. They basically trapped themselves even more. And it helped all of us. And who's going to help all of us? Pat Byrne. Devin Nunes may not be here to help all of us. His job is to kill him in DJT, and it'll spread out from there. Pat Byrne is here to kill everybody. And if anyone has the balls, try to reach out to him, ask him on Twitter what he thinks, be polite. Hey, Pat, are you going to go after the naked short sellers? Hold on 1 second. Pat Byrne is the guy to do it. Am I saying it loud and clear? William?
You are.
All right. Listen, people, I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste William's time. It's a beautiful Sunday now. The sun's out. Go enjoy your day. The instructions I have, it's showtime. That's all I know. And sitting around and trying to overthink this, it's a tough place to be. I'm with you. I got it. But there's nothing to think anymore. Pat Byrne, Devin Nunes, the chairman of Rumble is even yelling. He's tied to Dan Bongino. I'm sure people know who he is. They're trying to get him to be the head of the Secret Service. He's the biggest holder in Rumble. These guys want their money. Besides serving and helping the country, they want to get paid. They get robbed. They know it. And I believe CEOs are going to come out in droves. You're going to see it more and more. CEOs are going to speak up and say, what about me? We want some of that GameStop money. We know that, what's his name, Ken Griffin's buying dinosaur bones for $44 million. Star Island down in Miami, Palm Beach, hundreds of millions of dollars, the billions of dollars in real estate. These guys are criminals. I know guys that were great market makers. They didn't have that type of career by making $1 billion. You know how hard it is? Anyway, everyone, I don't want to waste my whole day. I just wanted to let you know that this is going to come less and less. The writing is on the wall. I see it as clear as can be. And you have the #1 people in the world. You have the most powerful man in the world on our side. The most powerful man. And you have the top guy in naked short selling. All right? I believe I'm the top guy. Pat tops me because guess what? He's brilliant. And he's got the connections and he's in the White House.
Call from George Fellows.
He's in the White House. All right? That's the difference. And everyone should be bowing down because we finally have the guy that's going to close this thing out and eliminate these scumbags one by one. They're going down. They're all going down. They overstayed their welcome. They should have stole their money and disappeared. Instead, they're going to be tracked down like dogs and thrown in jail. That's what's going to happen. William, I'm going to leave you at that. Go enjoy your day. Please don't stay on all day. Go enjoy your day. I don't give a fuck what a basher has to say. They better run because Pat Byrne is coming, Donald Trump is coming, and they're going to get wiped out. Anyone who wants to keep a name attached to this stuff, good luck. They're going to jail also. Because when Pat Byrne comes, go look at the Deep Capture movie. He had lawyers thrown in jail. But he charged everybody. He went after Gradian advisors down in Arizona. He caught them all. Go look at the stuff this guy's done. He's got the money. His father owned Geico. They're billionaires. He knows what he's doing. He's tied to Warren Buffett. You picked on the wrong guy. He came in our camp. Guys don't realize how lucky you are. Anyway, William, everyone have a great day. I don't want to do this all day long. I'm going to go practice some pickleball and bash the ball into the net. All right, William, have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Call ended.
All right, I'll try to answer some of these questions. I will point out that when Ham said he went from 15,000 followers to 900, you can't predict the future. You can't promise it. You can't know. But typically in the market, things go to extremes. And if people aren't listening to Ham now, on these stock, on Finger, to such a dramatic extent in the opposite direction, if you're a contrarian, you might say, well, wait a minute, maybe it is time to listen because nobody else is. That's the market. That's life. That's part of being in a herd of buffalo. If you don't want to be in the pack of the cows that jump over the cliff, you got to figure out what the massive buffalo behind you are going to decide to do and get the heck out of their way. I mean, that's the market. So listening to that, it seems to me that maybe we're at a low in bullishness, which is sometimes a contrarian indicator. David, if you want the 2 days trading back in MMTLP, you shouldn't be listening to me anymore. MMTLP is as worthless as this what do you call these things? Bag plane that I got when I was in Atlantic City 6-7 months ago. MMTLP is as worthless as this is. I could drive up to Atlantic City right now, ask for my bags, and they'd say, oh, sir, we don't have those. That's MMTLP's worthless. And if you want 2 days of trading, you might as well go to the doctor, say you want an exam where he bends you over, lubes up puts on a rubber glove and checks you out. So I think that's complete idiocy. And if you still believe that, you haven't been listening to me. You should go listen to Double D on Twitter. And good luck. Good luck. MMTLP is not anything. It's an accounting placeholder for your brokerage firm to keep track of what they owe you. If it trades, the criminals will destroy it. And then Congress would say, hey, we gave you your 2 days. So you go that avenue. Please go that avenue. Looking good, Louis. Feeling good, Billy Ray. I guess Biden's endorsing Kamala, but I'm not sure that the Democratic Party has 5 power sources right now. They're all women, except maybe for Chuck Schumer, but I don't think he's a power source. Jill Biden, Michelle Obama / Barack Obama. So that's not really a woman. It's a team. Hillary Clinton / Bill Clinton. I guess that's a team. Nancy Pelosi, and then Newsom is her nephew, and Chuck Schumer. And they're going to decide who the next nominee will be. I don't think it'll be an open convention. They can't take that kind of free speech. I think they'll select it, but I think it's going to be chosen by the donors. And if I had to guess, who is the most powerful representative of donors today in the Democratic Party? Oh, and I left out Kamala Harris. As one of the people. But I think the most powerful brokers for money are probably Nancy Pelosi and possibly Hillary Clinton, Bill / Hillary. And it falls off very quickly after that. I think Barack Obama still has pull, but I don't think Michelle really wants to be president. So I don't know, but I bet he's still got some pull. I doubt that Kamala has any pull with donors, really. Jill Biden doesn't. Obviously, it's over. Chuck Schumer is just a follow along Charlie. Yeah, I'd say it's going to come up to a battle behind the scenes that will appear to be polite between Hillary Clinton, Bill / Hillary. I don't think the Obamas will back Kamala. I don't think Nancy Pelosi will back Kamala. Well, we'll find out. I could be wrong. Joe backing Kamala is not the ringing endorsement it could have been. But of course, he has all those delegates. So maybe it's very, very powerful. But my point to you is it's going to come down to where the donors decide. And are the donors going to open up their checkbook for Kamala Harris? Maybe. I think it might be on a mistake. A bunch of wealthy white guys and a few women thinking that Kamala Harris is a woman of color. She's not. I mean, yeah, her skin's darker, but she's not. She didn't have the typical experience of most. Hate all the delineations. Most people in the United States. Her father is from a slave-owning family. He's a Jamaican. He was a professor of economics at Stanford University. Her mother was a student from India, and they got married. She wasn't a citizen. They got married. And then Kamala grew up in very privileged circumstances all of her life. Went to the best schools, nice communities. She advanced her career. Someone told me it was while she was married, but in the heart of her 20s, she had an affair with a married man who was powerful. So she advanced her career the way some people do. They gave a powerful man what he wanted. And so she got her first job in California. I don't think she was a friend of African Americans in prison in California. She was I think her abuse of power, in my judgment, was legion. And anyway, I don't think she has a deep following Maybe she does. I don't believe it. She became senator and was cocky and would ask questions as if she were smart. The only thing that made her sound smart is that she had a little bit of a diphthong in her voice and a control of the time on the microphone. I don't see her as being successful. Hillary's old, but I think Bill Clinton still can weave his magic and people will still donate. And remember, she won before. In her mind, she won. And Trump cheated because of Facebook and the Russians. I mean, it's okay for Democrats to say that it's a cheated election. It's not okay. In fact, it's insurrection the other way around. So I think Hillary will be the nominee if I had to pick one. If Michelle decided that she wanted to do it, she could probably get it. She could probably get it in a heartbeat. But I'm just not sure she wants to get it. The Democratic Party is a bunch of people smiling at each other, pretending to be friends, but they all want to knock the other woman out. So I don't think it's going to be Kamala Harris, but we'll find out. Kamala had an affair with Willie Brown. That's exactly right. And I think to Willie Brown's credit, he looked out for her. I was either too young or I was overseas. I don't know anything about Willie Brown. But yeah, Michelle doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. Well, I don't know. Did Joe Biden deserve it? Did George W. deserve it? Did Hillary deserve it? I don't know. It's an election. You hear Lucky? I kind of woke him up by saying that. That's a good point, Wickedums. I also saw that Hillary Clinton supported Biden, which is her own way of doing that. Michelle's done nothing with her life to merit president. Maybe. She's married to a very popular president. She's a lawyer, I believe. And I think she was very active in what's called community organizing, but in Barack's political campaigns. I don't know. I don't see her experience being any worse than George W., Hillary's. I mean, Jimmy Carter, when he ran, people argued he didn't have enough experience. He was governor of a small state for one term, I think it was. Jimmy Carter. So I don't know. Harry Truman was a haberdasher and like a local councilman. And when he came up, there were rumors he was I think it was Boss Tweed, or maybe it wasn't Tweed, it was somebody else. Boss, it's not coming to my head, but that he was corrupt down there in Missouri. He was a good leader in the army. His men respected him. I don't know. Old Mold 50 or how will I explain to my family all life savings gone in GTII, vocal, and finger? Well, I doubt that you put all your life savings in those three stocks. I think your money is gone in finger. and I think it is gone in vocal. And that CEO continues to astonish with his ability to apparently do some sort of analysis that both his analysis figures out there's a problem for microcap companies, but his analysis also exonerates the criminal firm of the Lynn Partners. Now, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Every company they touch gets destroyed, and apparently Vocal's going to do a reverse split again. But I mean, if you sell your finger now, I don't think all of your money's gone in finger. You can still get $2. And as best I can tell, the most you could have paid for finger was $7 or $8, unless you bought it way, way back when it ran to 15, but I don't think you heard of it back then. So if you bought it at 8, you can still take a quarter of your money off the table. So your explanation to your family, I would suggest, is, hey, I made a mistake. I bought GTII at too high a price. By the way, I never recommended buying it to any of my people above $1, even $1.50. But it caught fire, and some people paid a lot more for that. But you can say, look, even though I don't know what you paid for GTII, maybe you paid 6 or 7. Family, I listened to Lou Bravo to buy this. I listened to a guy on YouTube that was giving high numbers if it would squeeze. That's me, if it squeezed. But I'm part of the system that robs Wall Street. So I can't really explain to you why, family. I get paid by the shorts to bash. I get paid by the shorts to day trade, driving stocks down illegally. But I can't quite explain to you what came over me, family, to buy these shares and hold them. But I did. I paid $5 for GTII. I never traded it. I never sold out as it went down. I didn't, family. I'm a financial guy. I'm paid by the shorts to post on some obscure YouTube channel. But I didn't use any of my training to stop loss or to get out or buy or sell. And I put all of our savings, family, into 3 stocks. And I put it into Vocal. I got in, let's assume you got in at a high price. Let's say you got in at $1 and it went higher. And the CEO, I believed that the company was going to be bought out at $3, and it was in the middle of the squeeze. The CEO, in my judgment, was either knowingly or idiotically still working with the criminals. And I didn't have any stops, I didn't get out. I didn't get out at 40 cents. I didn't get out at 20 cents. I didn't get out at 10 cents. And I just stood like a statue. So family, I can't explain it to you. What I do for a living is to short stocks with money I don't have and stocks I don't have. I day trade using the market maker exemption, and I get kickbacks from the funds who short stocks. I do it all quietly so we don't get charged with racketeering or collusion. But for some reason, family, I went all in on GTII, Vocal, and Finger. I didn't trade any of them. So, family, the good thing, family, is every day I make between 500 and 10,000 a day by bashing, trying to destroy the credibility of people out there who are for some odd reason trying to educate investors. And then I try to cause panic. I try to get stocks down. And I just use a fake name so they don't know who I am, family. But the good news is I can make back my entire life savings in the span of about a month. All I got to do is continue working for the naked short sellers, and I'll make it back, family. Finally, old mold 54, what I would say to your family is, and I don't know how you broke down your asset allocation, but if you put a third of your money in GTII, a third of your money in vocal, and a third of your money in finger motion, you're down in finger motion. But finger motion, in my judgment, it's not a promise, it's a prediction, will go back to whatever you paid for it, $4, $5, $6 a share. So you'll get that third of your money back to par. And then, if you're willing to wait, and of course, you don't want to trade, you don't want to put any more money up, that's fine. Use your money with the market maker exemption, racketeering. But if you hold on to finger, I think you got to read the news, you got to study the earnings reports, read research, see what's happening, think. But I think the odds are that finger, let's say you paid $5 and it was a third of your money. I think finger will get back to $5. And you know what? I think finger will get to $15. It might take 6 months. It might take a year. It might take 18 months. But then your family, the life savings that I split into thirds, I was going for a short squeeze. I was going for life-changing events. But you know what? I was smart. I spread it out into 3 companies. 2 of them totally crapped out, but one's still alive. And I believe that the stock could go back to 15 and we have all our life savings back. Further, I think that 1/3 could triple, but it could actually go to $20 or $25 or $30 with the news I'm seeing. So not only could that one position get us back to even in our life savings, family, it's likely to give us a bang up return on our money, better than any of the funds out there. It's not a short squeeze, but I think it's quite possible, family, that in the next 6, 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, old mold 54 will have doubled our life savings by being smart enough to spread the money into 3 stocks instead of just 1. And in the meantime, family, old mold 54 are going to make $7.50 every time somebody mentions my name or responds to a post or forwards one of my messages. And family, I continue to work at a bucket shop where I have direct access to a market maker who will take my short sales. And I work with a bunch of other short sellers like me, and I know in advance what the big boys are doing. So family, with no money at all, I'm going to be able to make $10,000, $20,000 a month for you. So family, I hope you understand that this is just a temporary setback. Something got over me to go long when I know that the short strategy is the one that always works. That's what I suggest you say to your family, old mode 54. Thank you. Thank you for your question. I've never had a comfortable amount of money, and this was the only way in my life to reach my financial dreams. Well, I doubt that, old mold. I think you're a short seller and you day trade. You're a day trader and you do it to the short side. And, you'll make it all back, whatever it was you lost. But I just explained to you that what you've done with 3 stocks is, I think GTII is finished in terms of this round. It's not, we'll see what happens in the next round. Ham has access to money and shell companies and lawyers and all that. Ham is giving all of that to the people who want to rejuvenate GTII. But maybe it'll be a shell company and they'll make it work for you. But I think GTII and Vocal are both stocks you should write off in your mind. If you want to make a new commitment, that's a different thing. But both of those are over, and they have been. That's not new information. But Finger is down. But the thing with Finger is the CEO is not going to take any more money from you, old Mo. The CEO is not going to dilute shares, old mold. And the CEO announced they're going to, they need to raise money. So old mold, you guys are colluding, racketeering. You're selling the stock downward because you figure he's going to go out and dilute the shares. Well, he's not. And you'll just have to stay tuned for that. And there's already been huge announcements about how Finger's revenues and upside is ahead of it. So, you know, it's not over, old mold. But if you want to make it old mold, you want to make it over in your head. I understand that. Emotions are a difficult thing. And you can do what you want with the remaining position you have that has value. Finger, I'm not going to give you advice because you seem pretty know-it-all, but I think you have to write off GTII and Vocal. I see no hope for either stock in their current iteration. Your Honor, Your Honor, your offer. That's pretty cool, KYP, that your brother is a judge. I know you said it before, but it is pretty cool. Not many people become judges, and 100 other friends of yours too. That's amazing. Now that Biden's out, the shorts will have another excuse to short or sink the market. No, I don't think that'll be it. If the market pulls back, I think you need to have, whether it's one position, it's not always good just to buy one position, but I'm going to look it up. I did look it up, and I'm admitting that I have never traded the index funds on the Russell 2000. But if the market pulled back tomorrow and I don't have any money, but if I had $300, I would buy 6 calls or whatever I could figure out is a good deal. 5 calls, 10 calls. The closer in the maturity, the less premium. The further out, the more premium. But if the stock market sharply corrects, the premium also disappears. And I would buy, let me just use my example. Let's say I buy 15 calls on the Russell 2000 and they go out let's say they go to the first week of September. I don't know. I don't want to take the time to study it. I don't have the money to do it. But if I had the money, I might put $1,500 in it, wherever that is on the grid. And the weakness of that strategy is that you might miss out on most of the move because the premiums are so high, the time premiums are so high. So it might not be a good strategy. Maybe you just have to pick one or two of the stocks in the Russell 2000, like Mara, or like one of the oil companies, or anyway. It's just one idea. You can do it on the NASDAQ. You can do it on the Dow. You can do it on an ETF. There's a double times upside ETF on the Russell 2000. But I think the Russell 2000 will go up by 40 or 50% from here as this rotation goes on. And it's going to be nearly vertical. You're going to be reading about it in the newspaper, and they're going to be saying that the stock market, oh my gosh, you can't miss out. And when you're reading about it in the headlines, you got to get out. You got to sell. Just get out. Let other people buy it. But anyway, if you bought 15 of the calls, as if the market pulled back, if it snaps and starts going up, sell 5 of them to get your money off the table. Then you have 10. And if it really rocks and rolls, sell 5 at some ridiculous price, and you have 5 for when it goes much higher. But take advantage of what the shorts do. Ham was right. They're not any smarter than you are with trading. They really aren't. This guy that just came in and lost all of his old mold, lost all of his family money, he says, life savings. He doesn't know how to trade. If he weren't cheating with the big boys and then the rest of these opportunistic day traders they pay off, he wouldn't know how to make money. He just wouldn't know how to make money. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. I'd love to meet him, but I'd love to meet you first. I think DJT Ernest is under attack by the Fed, by banks. They don't want Trump to make money. And I think there's a huge short position in it. But if I had to pick, I'd say it'll go up tomorrow. I think it'll go up tomorrow. What did I say the wrong thing about? What's this with the comments? His finger's dead. I don't think I said that. Did I say that? Did I say that? I don't re-listen to my streams, and I don't know how to edit them. So, but Hal Roach 54 said that he lost his life savings, his family's life savings, he said he lost his family's life savings in GTII vocal and finger. What I said, I thought I was pretty clear. And I don't know this. I mean, I think Hal Roach 54 is just a shill. But if he put 1/3 of his family's life savings, which I cannot believe anyone would do, to invest their entire life savings in 3 highly speculative, volatile stocks which are subject to the combined criminal might of the SEC, the NASDAQ, FINRA, the hedge funds, the pools of money, Goldman Sachs, lobbyists, Congress. You're going to put your entire life savings. All right, I'll take that. I'll say he did. What I said, just to be clear, and I'm talking about at this point in time, GTII is dead, Vocal is dead. And it's not new information. It's not new information. By the time Vocal recovers, you will be crammed down so much, it won't even matter to you. When I raised millions of dollars for this company, it had a different name then. A great company, employed dozens of people, probably now hundreds of people, just outside of Philadelphia. Medical company, great CEO, just incredible team. My 150,000 shares are now one share. That's what the criminals want. I'm crammed down. They shorted into oblivion. The company's done fantastically. Absolutely amazing. But it doesn't matter on a per share basis. So that's what will happen to GTII and Vocal. That's what will happen. Now, Ham's helping these guys who come on here sometimes, and they have a lot of talent in the resource space. Ham is helping the Trento mine guys massively, and they're working hard. But I don't think they're going to be able to get into GTII. They might, but they have a lot of knowledge about how to work on Wall Street. They've done it for a long time. But I still think it's going to be a cram down in GTII. So they'll probably Ham's giving them a shell company. Go with a new shell company, but that doesn't help you. Hopefully, they'll start promoting the company and the idea to you. Hopefully you'll have a chance to invest with them. But my guess is GTI is completely dead. Vocal is completely dead. So what the guy said to me is he lost his family's life savings and he invested in these three companies. Well, he still has Finger Motion. The most he paid for Finger was $5 or $6. He might have paid $7, but I'm going to guess $5 or $6. Let's just call it $5 because it's easy in my head, arithmetic. Well, if he's down to $2 in that, he's lost more than half of his money in Finger. He's lost all of his family's money in Vocal. He's lost all of his family's money in GTII, but he still has about 1/3 to 40% of the money he invested in Finger Motion. Finger, remember, is under the same relentless attack that Lind Partners, Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, Hai Lee Kim, Sam Chung, John Hancock put Vocal under, that the CEO, Jeremy Frommer, says there's no evidence that Lind Partners or their clients, I assume he means, destroyed your equity in Vocal. This is a case of a man maybe being intelligent. But what good is his intelligence if he comes to the wrong conclusions? But Finger was attacked by the same group, and it continues to be. Finger probably has experienced at least 250 million shares of counterfeit selling. Now, you can argue, like the guy from Amex, who believes Ham is just a complete fraud, and that Finger did private placements, and you can't just use Tom Ronk's numbers because it doesn't take into account when they buy back the shares. The FINRA numbers show that they sold it without delivery, but it doesn't count when they buy them back. I don't know. It's really obtuse thinking to believe systems are in place that protect you against counterfeit short selling. But anyway, if Finger sold 250 million shares, they sold 250 million shares of Finger, which do not exist. And even if most of it was bought back somehow, the fact is they sold it to manipulate the price downward. And if somehow they bought it back, it doesn't show up in the volume. They bought it back for profits. And while they were panicking, it further lower. So collusion, criminal activity, all from Lind Partners. CEOs out there, if you're doing business with Lind Partners, you deserve to be taken out behind the woodshed, put over your papa's knee, and spanked. You deserve to be spanked. Lind Partners their clients will steal everything you own. But no one listens because Jeremy Frommer, in his extensive due diligence, couldn't find it. Of course he can't find it. Can you find how many kilos of cocaine Pablo Escobar flew into Arkansas? Anyway, what I went on to say about Finger, just to be clear, he probably bought it at $5 if he did a bad job. It's now $2. So what I said about Finger is I believe Finger is headed first I think Finger is headed first to plus or minus $5. So he's going to make his money back, and this is not a promise. He's going to make his money back in the third of his money that's in Finger. I believe Finger's second target is approximately $10, maybe more. The third reasonable target is $15, maybe more. So if it gets to 15, the third of his money that's in Finger Motion, if the $5 gets to $15, it will bring his so-called investments here of his life savings, total loss, but this third is triple. It makes up for this third and this third. That's what I said. I didn't say Finger. What's your word? The Finger is dead. I didn't say that. Or if somehow I did, it was a Joe Biden moment. I don't remember saying it. I think I very clearly said that, and I have said it for weeks and months. I've interviewed Martin Shen. I think Finger in the short run is going to double or triple. What do I mean by short run? By the third or fourth quarter of this year. Let's say by October, November, December, I think Finger could be $5, $6, $7 or higher. And it's $2 now. The furthest thing from dead I could imagine. Wall Street Millennium just released a video on MMTLP. I've never heard of Wall Street Millennium. Is his point or her point of view supportive of our situation or not? I don't know. I'll try to look it up. Don Bongino has 10 million shares in rum. Look, be careful, guys. When people come on with new symbols, they want you to move around and get a stock running up because they want to day trade. They want to take that money and then they're gone. And then they'll come, oh, GTII, vocal, finger. But they don't point out to you that they pumped and dumped a stock. Oh, I did say it? Good Lord. Thank you, Joanna. I didn't mean to say it. I didn't mean to say it. That's pretty scary. I didn't hear myself say it. And if you put a Bible in front of me right now, I'd say I didn't say it. So it's weird. Let me just be clear. Not only is finger motion not dead, I think it's vibrantly alive. And I think with finger motion, you're within 1 or 2 weeks of major transformative news, major transformative information. And I think you're 1 or 2 quarters away, maybe 3 quarters away from finger being positive in earnings and never looking back. I think finger's on its way to $30. But I just don't want to get you thinking that it'll be volatile. And it may not happen all at once. And if you're hearing me, I'm a little different than Ham. Ham believes a short squeeze is coming in finger. I'm not saying that right now. It may be, Jana, that if finger motion, instead of trading above and below $3 all the time, it starts trading above and below $7 and then above and below $15 for a time. Then out of the blue, you might see a buy-in at one of the prime brokers because they're going to be sucking wind. But I'm not calling it. I'm not calling it. I'm not pointing out finger as a short squeeze situation. And I'm no longer, I did videos on it where it could go so high. And it was always, if there is a squeeze, those numbers still may remain in target if there is a squeeze. I just think that the criminal clients of the Lind Partners have finger motion under control. But finger motion, just to be as repetitive as I can be, has a CEO who will not dilute the shares at these prices. He will not take another note from Jeff Easton, whose firm destroys companies. And I would go so far as to say that the CEO is going to be very careful from here on out in terms of issuing shares for any reason at all. There's 52 million shares outstanding. Ham gave a number I just can't believe. He did it on 2 calls here. He said there's 5 million rescue vehicles in China. He said to install whatever this equipment is 100,000 per. This is the contract they just announced, is 100,000 per vehicle. or 20,000 profit for finger. $20,000 profit for finger per 5 million vehicles. He didn't tell me how long it takes to install them, but I assume since it's software and since it's cloud-based and since it's data-based, you're not talking until the end of time. They started with 2. He also said the company's going to update us every 2 weeks on the progress of this one contract. Well, let's just, for the sake of argument, say he's right. I find it preposterous. Not because he's not telling the truth. I find it hard to believe that the number is that big. But let's say it is. 5 million cars times $20,000 profit to finger is it's 100 billion in profit to finger from this one contract. What we don't know, is it in 1 year? Is it over 4 years? Is it over 10 years? We don't know, but it's 100 billion in profit if these numbers are correct. I find them too hard to believe. So I'm only going to take 10% of this. I'm going to just take 10% of that number. It's $10 billion in profit, 10 billion with the B for finger motion, assuming 5 million cars, rescue vehicles, and they make 2,000, not 20,000, 2,000 a car for profit. $10 billion. Not in revenue, not in cash flow, although it is those things. It will be 10 billion in revenue. It will be 10 billion in cash flow. But I'm telling you it's 10 billion based on what Ham said in earnings. 10 billion. $10 billion divided by 52 million shares. This is what the criminals try to change. That's what they changed in Vocal. That's what they did change and are still trying to change in GTII. That's what they changed in MULN. That's what they changed in HPIL. That's what they changed in VNUE. That's what they changed in MMAT. That's what they changed in GTLL. That's what they changed in stock after stock. They're doing it in KNW through Lynn Partners. But they're not going to be able to do it at finger motion. He won't allow it. So you take 10 billion and you divide it by 52 million shares outstanding. It's worth $192 per share from this one contract. Now, I'm making some assumptions that we haven't seen in writing, but I'm trying to extrapolate from the information I had. Ham said twice here that each car, each vehicle costs $100,000 to install whatever this item is, and that finger motion makes 20,000 per vehicle. And Ham was told there's over 5 million rescue vehicles in China. Well, using 5 million, but instead of using 100,000 and 20,000, I used 10,000 per vehicle and 2,000. And using those numbers, you come up with $192 a share, which seems pretty conservative based on what Ham said. But you know what? Let's just take 10% of that. Instead of saying $10,000 a car, let's say $1,000 is the cost and $200 is the profit. 10% of that. 10%. This one contract is worth $19 a share. Now you're going to say it's going to take 5 to 10 years to equip all those, right? Let's discount this by 50%. It's worth $8.50 a share to Finger Motion. This is a huge contract. Finger Motion is not dead. Finger Motion is on the verge of one of the most exciting contracts I've ever heard of. But people go, well, the Boo Birds, this guy, whatever the hell his name was, Flatbush 54, says that he lost everything in GTII and vocal and fingers down. He's saying, so no, it's just not true. That's liars talking to you. Then they get into your head and the emotions are there. And we all go through it. We all go through it. But they've been trained to do this. And they've done it for 20, 30 years. And they know it works. When you have a large group of human beings losing or making money, you can play them. Just like the Roger Rabbit came in with his drum major. This is my fight against the shorts, my billion-dollar fight. You know what he did? He capitalized his company, did a deal with the shorts, and went on down the road. COSM did the same thing. I would argue Vocal did the same thing. They're not the only ones. They don't always do it intentionally, but they take advantage of the mania to go get some money. And then they can drive their Mercedes, take their wife to the Bahamas, their daughters can go to the best schools. And it's a story. The rest of it's a story. Oh, those tough shorts. We've got to fight those shorts, but they're living the life of Riley. CEO after CEO. And you listen to them. Why? Because you're human beings. Because in a mania, as a group, you want to believe. Well, it's the same way on the downside. You listen to the Boo Birds when they're negative. Why? Why? You listen to the Boo Birds when they're negative. Why? Because you're a human being. You're losing money. And I hear William's friends with, what's that all about? Who's Paul, by the way? It's going around Twitter that you're buddies with Paul. I don't know who the hell you're talking about. But anything they can get doubt when the stock is down, you're actually going to believe. And I'm not picking on you, Jana. I'm just that I actually said Finger is dead. I didn't say that. And if I did say it, it was completely a Joe Biden moment. I did not mean that in any way, shape, or form. I think from this one contract, which I think I've taken it down so conservatively, is worth $8 to $9 a share. Just this one contract. And this is the first contract Finger has gotten for data with the Chinese government. Do you think it's the last one they're going to get? I don't know, guys. I think it's time to bemoan Oh, I've lost everything in GTII. Oh, I've lost it. I'm going to this, this Flatbush 54. Oh, I lost my family's life. He's lying. I've lost my family's life savings in GTII. Oh, I lost my family's life savings in Vocal. And I lost my family's life savings in Finger. Well, that's not true. Finger's not over with. The one stock, guys, the market's all rigged now. But you know how venture funds do it? You know how venture funds do it? It's all rigged now, so they don't have to do it this way. As long as they're friends with Goldman Sachs or Jeff Easton's clients, they can make money differently. But a venture fund will put money in 12 different startups, 12 different small caps. They'll be the angel investor in 12 companies. It'll take them 2 to 3 years to fully invest. They'll study it. They'll have teams. They'll kick the tires. And maybe they give each of them $100,000. I don't know, $100 million. They're a great fund. Every single venture fund does the same thing, except the ones that realize cheating is easier. You know what happens? You know what happens to that fund over time, over a decade? 3 of the stocks are complete wipeouts. Complete wipeouts. They lose everything. 6 of them might be wipeouts or might give a small gain, but 6 of them collectively just zero out. They do nothing. 3 of them go up out of 12. 3 of them go up. 2 go up like, oh, that's nice. I like that trade. But one of them is a rocket ship. And if they have just one winner, they're a successful venture fund. One stock that just goes to the moon. It's too much to ask. I was thinking about Lou last night when I woke up at 3 o'clock. That guy, I think, sincerely wanted to help you, and he gave you a lot of ideas. Some weren't worth much. But if you judge Lou on every single idea, maybe there's one in there that did work. I don't know all the ideas he gave you. I don't know. But that's what you're doing right here. Out of a dozen companies, one is going to be Facebook. 3 are going to be, I don't know, Rite Aid. I don't know what's gone out of business recently. 6 are going to be just kind of clunkers, up or down. And 2 are going to do all right. 2 are going to do all right, but it's going to be one that gives you all the return. And then you go to your family and say, hey, family, I made a ton of money. And everyone says, God, that guy is lucky. Well, they don't tell you about all the losses. So, John, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it, God. All right, then Justin, you don't have time to watch. I don't have time to answer your question. I don't even know your question, but you don't have time to watch. I don't have time to answer. I think Hillary will replace Sleepy Joe. I think Hillary Clinton will replace him. Hey, Barbara Donna. Oh, I was being sarcastic. Oh. That's risky, I guess, John. I guess it's risky to be sarcastic. I really, John, I'm telling you, I don't remember saying it, but God, so I was being sarcastic. Okay. Oh, here's Old Mold. He paid $7 for Finger. Yeah, I believe you. $7.50 for GTI. Yeah, I really believe you. And 84 cents for Vocal. That sounds believable to me. That sounds believable, Vocal. All right, so use your numbers. You don't give me your breakdown, but your 750 is a complete crap out. Complete crap out. Your 84 cents is a complete crap out. So let's use those three numbers in thirds. So if we use your numbers there, you paid $7 for Finger, you paid $7.50 for GTI, 84 cents for Vocal. I'm telling you, GTII and Vocal, they're write-offs. So the total you paid, if you look at it this way,
Call from Andy.
the total you paid for your Finger is actually
Okay.
$15.24 a share if you write these off, right?
Call from
So
Andy.
the question is, will Finger go to $15? I believe it will. In fact, I think it'll go to $30 without a squeeze. Will it do it in 6 months? I don't think so. I don't think it'll go to 15 in 6 months. I'm not sure it'll go to 15 in a year. It could, though. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm trying to be conservative. But I think Finger over the next 6 months from $2 will go to $6, give or take. That's 3 times your money. But I think over an 18-month period, $15 is easily achievable. And I'm trying to be conservative. So you get your money back on your whole position, Old Mold 54. But hey, to see it the way I just described it, you have to be cold-hearted about your investment. You have to detach yourself from the emotions of, I lost in Vocal, I lost in GTII, and I need to make all that money back in GTII. I need to make it all back in Vocal. You don't. You invested in three different stocks. You spread your money over 3 investments. 2 crapped out. So you can, in theory, in your mind, transfer the cost basis for the 2 that crapped out to the 1 that still exists. And luckily, in my opinion and in my judgment and not financial advice, I think Finger has the ingredients not only to make back all of the money you invested in the 3, I think you can double your money. Now, you don't want to hear that, Old Mold, because you don't want people on this call and other calls to buy finger because your buddies are trapped. They know though that trap is like a sieve because they have Congress, they have Gary Gensler, they have Adina Friedman, they have FINRA, and they have the broker dealers, and they have the lobbyists. They have the very rules. So your buddies know the odds are that they're going to win if they come on here and pretend to be a friend to me, pretend to be a real investor, and scare everybody. They don't want to realize that finger motion has broken you to realize the 10 people listening that finger motion has broken the mold, and they are thinking outside of the box. Finger motion knows that Jeff Easton is a scumbag, in my opinion, and that Jeff Easton's clients are nothing but thieves, and that Wall Street is dishonest. But guess what? Finger motion also is full of gentlemen and gentlewomen. The one woman I did not meet when I went to New York is probably the most powerful investor, and I think her name is Lee. It's in the filings, but she was not there because she was in China working on behalf of Finger. So Finger Motion has a powerful woman working with them. So it's not just men. In fact, I would argue, in my experience of China, everything I've ever done with China, it's a powerful woman that leads the whole thing. That's just been my experience multiple times. It's always a woman that's in charge. So, and wealthy. And talented as hell, capable, negotiating, dealing with investors and government. Anyway, that's Finger. Finger, I think, has a very powerful woman advancing it. So, Old Mold, you can come here and try to scare people out of Finger. And I guess I did my own, although I think John's right that maybe I was just being sarcastic. And people, we live in a safe place world. We live in a world where you can't have any sense of humor. You cannot take any risk with humor, because if you say something bad about women or Irishmen or Catholics or Italians, which I am, or Lithuanians, which I also am. You're terrible. Oh, it's a patriarchy. Oh, white supremacy. Well, let me just tell you, for almost everybody on this planet, life is hard. Life is hard. Ham was telling me about one guy who's a multi-billionaire. I think it's the guy that runs Virtue. Apparently, he's self-imprisoned in his own home because he has COVID and he's scared to death to go out, and he's a multi-billionaire. Life isn't easy for anybody, except for Lionel Richie. No, I don't know. He didn't have an easy life either. But boy, he's got great songs, great smile, and he always is upbeat as far as I can tell. Who else? The Queen of England. But it wasn't always easy for her either. It's a weird thing that God sets up on this planet. Life isn't easy for anybody, except those who decide to be optimistic in face of it all. I'm not good at that, but I want to be. First of all, I'm not a short I'm a concerned investor. I watched a video from a year ago and how GTI could squeeze. Yeah, look, old mold, let's cut to the chase. You're a basher. This is right out of the basher's handbook, that what you need to do is pretend to be an investor and get the audience on your side, and then I'm the bad guy. Let's just cut to the chase. But if you watched the video from me, which I don't believe, and if you watched many videos, I said if it squeezes. I also described every single time the risks. I know I did, because it bores me to tears to do it, but I did. Now, in the case of GTII, is this going to just be an albatross, I guess, forever? I guess it is. GTI first ran like that, basically, from 9 cents to 40 cents to $1 to 4.20. People sold. It came back. I'm doing this by memory, so if I'm wrong, it's just the theory of what happened. Came back under $1. It traded to 220. People sold. It came somewhat down to 60 cents to my memory over a period of months. And then in sort of October of whatever year it was, Lou recommended it to his people. And very rapidly, it went either to $8.97 or $7.98. It went to $8 or $9. I think it went to $8, but maybe it was $9. Very rapidly. And guess what happened, old mold? Of course, you're new. You just watched one video. What happened during this, to the credit of the management and the board and the CEO, and also one gentleman, actually two gentlemen, who were working their butt off very close as advisors to the company. GTII put out a Picasso as a distribution, a second Picasso as a distribution. They bought Beyond Bitcoin. They bought an education company. They had Shibu Inu as a distribution. They applied to uplist on Upstream. They entered merger agreements with a law firm. They entered merger agreements with Trento Mines. They hired Wes Christian to go after the short sellers. They cooperated in an FBI investigation on a ripoff of a retail firm out of Southern California. And they bought a couple other smaller firms as well. But one thing they did, old mold, they issued a warrant as a special dividend with a 2-year maturity. And I think you can look it up. You're going to say I'm intentionally misleading. I really don't remember. But I think it had a strike price of $2.50 a share. So it caught out Wall Street all of a sudden, old mold. What happened is your friends were your prime broker, which it turns out probably was Alpine all along. But Alpine and other prime brokers got in trouble when the stock was $8 because all of a sudden, all the counterfeit shares sitting in people's accounts, they had a right to this dividend, which had to go through the transfer agent at $2.75 a share. Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares to protect themselves from this liability. Wells Fargo reportedly was taking the buy button. Wall Street was under stress. GTII was over 8, and there was panic in the air on Wall Street. Panic. Now, this may not have been intentional, and in retrospect, it may, for people who followed the advice without the second part of the advice, it turned out to be a good recommendation. I think it was by luck, but a lot of trading is luck. A lot of trading is luck. Remember all that enthusiasm that you guys prey on? Well, there was massive enthusiasm going on with GTII. So the CEO of Cosmo worked with the shorts. Now, he may not have known that, but he worked with a pass-through company. You can look it up in the filings. A pass-through like Lynn Partners, like Power Up Lending, like Yorkville, like Aubrey Advisors, pass-through, front. So the CEO was promised a huge fundraising payday at a minimum, if not more, to tell everyone there's 2,000% short. I believe I'm reconstructing this in my best judgment. He was going to change the name in the QSIP to cause a squeeze. The CEO was talking to Lou Bravo, but the CEO of GTI was not. But remember, the CEO of GTII really had deferred to these two advisors. And do you really think if GTI's CEO had been talking, it would have been helpful? I don't think so. CEO was talking to Lou, so that was a real plus. CEO promised no reverse split, promised no deal with the shorts, promised to go up on upstream. Well, it turns out it wasn't 2,000% short. It was very small. Turns out the name change in the QSIP, as anyone knows, isn't going to cause a short squeeze. Turns out talking to the CEO didn't protect you. Turns out he did a reverse split. Turns out he did a deal with the short sellers, with your friends, and he never went on upstream. So what happened with COSM, Lou's recommendation and Frank Benedetto's and the CEO of COSM, they may not have known this. They may have thought they were giving sincere, good advice, but the net effect is they drove the price of GTI downward from around $4 or $5 down to $3. And then everyone raced into COSM at 22 cents. It went to 84 cents. And then the deal was done at 33 cents. And it really stripped people of capital. Some people made money. I've seen it here. Oh, I made money. Lou was right. Lou was right. I'm not trying to pick on Lou. I'm just saying these three musketeers, whether intentionally or not, a market's a market. People can do whatever they want to do. But it was enough of a momentum changer. It popped the bubble of the short squeeze 2 Novembers ago. Since then, Old Mold, your friends have probably sold I saw in Finger Motion, I saw 100 million shares be sold without locating it in about 10 days. But they continue to sell GTII, sell GTII, sell GTII, sell GTII. Now, as I warned people, Old Mold, and if you were watching, a year ago, I was asked to be CEO, not directly by the company. Some of the whales, through an intermediary, asked if I would do it, not because I sought it. They just trusted me to implement, to be straight. That's all. I said, sure. And I didn't say it right away. I thought about it. And then I said, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. That was a year ago. Well, what was changing? I think you guys, Old Mold, got into the CEO, bringing in an advisor from a short fund with skills in derivatives. One thing that confirms that you were in trouble, Old Mold, was that in the short position, Alpine, during that period of time where the brokers were in trouble, Alpine took the short position from the Kramers and just put it under their own auspices. FINRA and NSCC sued. Well, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but whatever the process was, they moved to get rid of Alpine from FINRA. Now, Alpine has, as you know, because Alpine's probably still paying you, but Alpine has a lot of money, so they hired attorneys, and they went to court in Florida with the arguments, as I recall it, that FINRA had no right to regulate them, that FINRA had no right to exist, and that maybe it's tied in those two, but it was something about how FINRA, or just these regulations, Congress didn't approve this kind of regulation, something like that. So anyway, the Florida court bought time, delay. The shorts drive the stock price down. And then Florida court kicks it to District of Columbia. And they're still fighting it. Believe it or not, the shorts got a win in the District of Columbia, small one. And it bought time. So their strategy has really worked. Your strategy has really worked. I'm not, because you wrote it here, I assume you watched my video. I'm not, I mean, my memory, as I just showed, can be flawed, but I almost certainly never said how good the price of GTII was. When I gave my videos, I assumed investors were already in. There's always room for a trade. But I'll tell you, Old Mold, I never told people to be diamond hands. I never told people there was a guarantee. Never, never. But I don't believe necessarily you're a short. I think you're a day trader who's paid and a basher who's paid. But if you're not, my apologies. The arguments still stand. That's right. That's right, Heath. If a company got a $10 billion contract, that is big news, and Finger would say they got a $10 billion contract. No. Mike Lang, I don't know if that's how big it is. I just did a calculation based on what Ham said. $100,000 a car. Finger gets 20,000. They've done 2 cars so far, but apparently, according to Ham's information, there's 5 million of these vehicles in China. You can do the arithmetic, Mike Lang. 20,000 times 5 million, it's 100 billion. I cut that to 10, a tenth, 10 billion. But you know what? I further cut it to 1 billion. And you saw what I did. Cut it one more time. So I really reduced it in my calculation a lot to get to $8 a share, the value of this contract. I don't know the answer, but I don't agree with you, Mike. I 100% don't agree with you. The criminals can go to Crappy Barra and they can go to Diamond Research and they can print whatever they want, and Gary Gensler doesn't care. But a CEO, if they say the sky is pink, and it might have been for 10 minutes as the sun went down, they can go to jail. CEO is not going to announce it that way. And in fact, Mike Lang, that's not the contract they have right now. They've done 2 cars. I'm extrapolating if they do all the cars. And I'm using the high number, but then I cut it. And I used the number of 10 billion, but I cut it to 1 billion. And you know what? I might even cut it back. I don't remember how many times I chopped it, but you could cut it to 100 million. All I'm trying to show, Mike Lang, I have no idea the extent of the contract. I'm not trying to pump it up. I'm trying to start with what the implication of the contract is, and then chop. But Mike Lang, it is a huge contract. Let me read it to you, Mike Lang. Let me read it to you. Are people as dumb as you are, or is it me? Am I dumb? I guess I'm dumb. I guess I am dumb. I guess I am dumb. Okay, so Mike, on July 9th, 2024, Finger Motion brings out an advanced solution for nationwide emergency response management. Finger Motion, a mobile services and data company, today announced that its contractually controlled subsidiary, Zhanghai Zhuji Information Technology, Zhuji Technology, has ventured into the development of crisis and emergency response solutions specifically for collaboration with dispatchers, first responders, and healthcare agencies in the event of emergency situations in China. Zhizhou has received its first order for its advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform, the C2 platform. Apparently, this costs $100,000 per platform. I have no idea, Mike. That's what I was told. I heard it here on when Ham said it. I'm admitting to you, I've never seen it in writing. I'm skeptical. So I reduced it to $10,000 per C2 platform. And then I reduced it to $1,000. And I may have, Mike Lang, and I think it's reasonable to do so. I may have done it. I think I did. I may have cut it to $100 cost per C2 platform. But I started with the big number and then I chopped. Okay, this C2 platform, the Advanced Mobile Integrated Command and Communication Platform, will be installed in all vehicles and apparatuses involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. It's going to be installed in all vehicles and apparati involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. Now, Mike, according to Ham's information, that's 5 million vehicles and apparati. I don't know. I haven't seen, I admit it. I don't know. We're taking essentially third-hand information that's a rumor, and we're matching it up with a press release that if it's lying, the CEO can go to jail. If Crappy Bear lies or Diamond Research lies or the Boo Birds lies, Gary Gensler says, hey, it's just a market. It's okay. It's okay. But the CEO can't lie. So I think this information is solid. It's to be installed in all vehicles involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. They got the contract, Mike Lang. They announced it. Let's see what they say about it so far that we know. The C2 platform is designed to efficiently unify various disaster communications systems, such as emergency vehicles, satellites, mobile cell towers, and unmanned aerial vehicles, drones. The platform integrates voice, video, and data into a unified interface. It's starting to sound more expensive than $1,000 each, but the platform integrates voice, video, and data into a unified interface, streamlining workflows and offering comprehensive insights for enhanced decision-making with better focus, accuracy, and speed. It's starting to sound expensive. The C2 platform is expected to be initially installed into the mobile command and communication vehicle, a technological collaboration with SAIC Motor Corp Limited out of China, not out of McLean. These vehicles are equipped with integrated audio and video conference systems, providing seamless communications with satellite systems, video systems, including live video streaming from drones, and other radio communication networks, ensuring accurate data is transmitted in real time between incident sites and emergency response centers. This is sounding like it's expensive. This will provide the federal, provincial, and local emergency response centers in China all of this data. It provides the federal, provincial, and local emergency response centers with enhanced real-time visibility to access, assess, and analyze the situation at remote sites, allowing for quick decision-making and effective resource management. Driven by the People's Republic of China's nationwide initiative to improve response capabilities for crisis and emergency situations, demand, Mike, for both the C2 platform and the vehicles. What vehicles are these? These are the mobile command and communication vehicles, have dramatically increased, Mike. It's announced. The company announced it. If a company got a contract, you say 10 billion, a contract that is big news, they would announce it. Well, here it is. They announced it, Mike. The first contract, all right, this is hard information. The rest is speculative. The first contract with Zhejiang province is for 2 vehicles, just 2 vehicles. And Zhuji Technology has already been engaged by local authorities in Zhejiang and other provinces to install the C2 platform in more mobile command and communication vehicles to be purchased for the additional areas. Now, it may be what Ham's information is these vehicles are 100,000 each and Finger Motion gets 20,000. I don't know, Mike Lang. I admit to you, I'm taking information I heard with you, combined with verified information, which is what I can consider a press release. And I'm trying to extrapolate. I started at the 10 billion contract level, 100 billion really, 10 billion contract level, Mike, and I chopped to get it low. To get that number low. But it's still a speculation on my part. It's still a speculation on my part until they announce. Right now, all we know is there's 2 vehicles, not 5 million, just 2. We know this was first done in Zhejiang province. But we also know local authorities in Zhejiang and other provinces want to install this in additional vehicles. It says so right here. This marks a significant milestone in Finger Motion's commitment to expanding the company's suite of technology products and services in and outside of China. Quote, "We are thrilled to introduce these innovative solutions tailored specifically for emergency response scenarios as part of our efforts to support the nationwide initiative to enhance disaster response capabilities," said Martin Shen. At Finger Motion, we are driven by a mission to harness our technology in ways that make a tangible difference in people's lives. And et cetera, and et cetera. Then he says, This first contract is a testament to our team's expertise and trust that industry leaders in China place in our technological capabilities, Mike. We expect a steady demand. Steady demand. It's just two we know about right now. So what do we know now? We know two, and we know there's going to be steady demand. We know those two things for sure. We've heard rumors that there's 5 million of these potential vehicles and that the company makes $20,000 per vehicle. That's all speculation, complete speculation. So what I did, Mike Lang, I took a big number, I chopped it once, I chopped it twice, I chopped it thrice, and I think I chopped it 4 or 5 times. I got it down from a chopped number of $190 a share, and I think that was already chopped. I got it all the way down to $8. If you want to chop it further, maybe just count on the 2 cars. Just the 2 cars. Just assume they got 2 cars and they contracted it with the government of China for just 2 cars. And just assume they made $100 per car. So it's going to have no effect on Finger Motion's forward earnings. You can take that point of view if you want to, and you want to short the stock. I think that's as preposterous as saying it'll be 100 billion. I think 100 billion is preposterous. So I tried to come up with a number that is speculative about how good this contract is. But guess what, Mike Lang? In 2 weeks or sooner, we'll get our first data information according to Ham. And then 2 weeks after that, 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 and so on. We are going to be overwhelmed with data on this contract, starting within 2 weeks and then as long as the contracts exist. We won't have to speculate, and we'll start to be able to understand what is the profit per vehicle, what is the growth trajectory on this one contract, and what does it mean for Finger Motion? Revenue, cash flow, and earnings. And Mike, if you want to be negative, be negative. I don't blame you. Everything, every stock we've touched, everything doesn't work out. That's one way to look at it. And I don't blame you. I do not blame you. What I'm trying to tell you is there is a contract. It was announced on July 9th. I think this is a massive contract, not just for itself, but for what it shows that Finger Motion can do with its data analytical abilities with AI, and that the Chinese government trusts Finger Motion. And I don't want to, I have never met her or spoken to her, but maybe it's Li, if that's her name. I'm not trying to be, I don't want to go through filing after filing to find her name. But it shows that Finger Motion is on the verge of being a massively bigger, more profitable, cash flowing company. And the shorts are going to crap in their shorts. So hey, Mike, I think you should be negative. I think 10 billion is ridiculous. I think 1 billion sounds ridiculous. I think 100 million sounds ridiculous. I think 10 million sounds ridiculous. I think 1 million sounds ridiculous. I don't know what the number is. But you're given information, and I guess it's a generational thing. Any information given, that's not right. That's not true. No, that's not true. That's not right. It's right there in front of me, but the price of the stock says, and the boo birds on Twitter say, nah, that's just not right. I'm trying to show you this is a massive inflection point in the story of finger motion. Does it mean it'll turn around tomorrow? I'm not saying that. Does it mean it'll turn around in 90 days? I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is the beginning of transformative change in finger motion that once the rest of the street recognizes it, you'll never be able to buy the stock at $2 again. That's what I'm saying. But Mike, please, I think your skepticism is healthy. You should always be skeptical. Stop saying stuff you're not sure. Just say they got a contract. Mike, thank you for your advice. Because I believe that investing is about trying to project and see around corners. I think you have to take data and information you're giving and try to guess. But you try to make your best estimate of what it's going to do. And that involves saying stuff I'm not sure of. Mike, in physics, since probably about Einstein, maybe earlier, and I know the Catholic Church grabbed onto somebody out of Europe with a telescope. The idea in physics has been that all of the energy in the world was in one small ball, one small singularity, and that it exploded into the Big Bang 13.5 billion years ago, and that all of the universe we see comes from that Big Bang. You know what? They're not sure of it. They're saying stuff they're not sure of. The James Webb telescope is now discovering that there may have been, let's put it this way, a universe before the Big Bang. They're discovering what might be galaxies that existed before or at the point of the Big Bang. They're finding out that they've been talking about stuff they're not sure of. Mike Lang, when you go out in the morning to get in your car, you're not sure you're going to make it to work. You get on the phone and you talk to your wife and you say you'll be home by 6:30. You're not sure of it. If we lived our life by only talking about stuff we know, which I just read you, this is what I know. This is what I know, July 9th. Finger motion debuts and advanced solutions for nationwide emergency response management. I know that. I know what Ham said. I know from looking up myself that there's something like 2.5 million of these vehicles in China. I know that it takes a while to gain the trust of the Chinese government. I know from my time spent in New York just recently how excited the major investors are. I know these things. But am I sure of it? No, I'm not sure of it, Mike Lang. Just like I'm not sure you're a real person. Do whales own? You know what, Mike Lang? To your question right there, I'm not sure of it. So I'm not going to respond. You asked me to stop saying stuff I'm not sure of. What you say there, I'm not sure of, Mike. I have no answer for you. I'm not sure of it. Mike, I am not sure of that. You asked me to stop saying things I'm not sure of. I'm not sure of it, Mike. I'm following your advice. You guys say shit on every stock. Ham said friends made millions on selling GME and they're rolling in and put in a finger. I that's what you say. I'm not sure of it, Mike. No, GTI is finished. GTI is a complete write-off. The only thing that GTII can do, it's in a legal abyss. Now, I'm not a lawyer. But what I read about this, and I'm going to ask Richard Hoffman, I already did, I think, but I'm going to ask him to send me the filings. I don't have the money to get into Pacer. It's massively expensive. So if he can send me the documents, I can read them. But Pharaoh, you have David Reichman, CEO. You have this guy from a short fund who's taking over the company. You have a guy who has been hired by the whales who does a lot of cleaning up of these kind of companies, collecting all the information. You have a lawyer somewhere in Nevada or Arizona or something working with him. They have made 2 filings. My understanding, but I'm not sure of it, is they have information that David Reichman bought a mansion, gave money to people via shares. They have backdating of contracts. I don't want to speculate here because it's in the filings. I'll try to get a copy and we can read it. But all I can tell you, it's in court. And if I follow Mike Lang's advice, I'll just say it's in court and stop talking. But what I've experienced when companies go into court systems, it's like a dog walking into a living room of cats when the dog was just out playing in the backyard with a bunch of dogs. The dog understands dog physics, but when the dog comes into a living room of cats, he doesn't understand cat physics. It's a whole different physics. It's not the stock market anymore. It's a judge. And I think GTII is essentially going through a bankruptcy. They're going to have a receiver, and they're going through receivership. Maybe it's not technically a bankruptcy. I haven't decided, Pharaoh. I'm going to decide by tonight to put my name in to be CEO or not. I have decided that I'm not going to do anything further than that because there's a group that are fully capable and hard charging, and they can take their skills they've learned in a very difficult business here, and they can create value for GTII. But I think Ham has helped them directly. I think they can go with a shell and do that. And they'll go do that. I think that's what they should do. I do not believe they should put it into GTII. I think they should start anew. But if they do decide to put it into GTII, there's only 3 ways they can do it. One is they sit at a settlement table with David Reichman and the guy from the short hedge fund who's there to protect the shorts, in my judgment. And they settle up. Okay, there's 450 million shares outstanding. You stole 60 million. I'm making these things up. And you took 10 million cash out. We'll let you keep the cash, but you got to give back those shares, and you've got to claw back the shares to the charity. And then we agree to hold you harmless. And the guy from the hedge fund, you can have 20 million in shares. And we'll just start with this dilution because we're so gung-ho, we know we can make this work. That's one way. But there'll be releases. Nobody will go to jail. And probably no money, meaningful money, will come to shareholders. Money will go to lawyers. Money will go to lawyers. And money will go to the guy from the short fund, in my judgment. I'm going on my experiences. But to quote Mike Lang, I'm talking about what I'm not sure of. The second way they can do it is wait until the GTII goes through the cleansing process of the court system. Now, there's 2 ways here. That's why it's 3. One is this sort of thing. It's sort of called a receivership. I don't know if it's different than bankruptcy. And maybe they can come through that process and shareholders will still have a survivability in the new, let's call it new GTII. New GTII. And in that situation, maybe, just maybe, as everyone works together, as the whales are interested, there might be a way of bringing in huge new assets, minimal cash, and leaving the ratio to that asset and the number of shares outstanding favorable enough that everybody can make their money back. Third way is through bankruptcy. And there's different iterations. As Mike Lang would say, I should be talking about only what I know. I'm not sure of any of this, but you're asking me about potential. Mike Lang would only want to know about potential that you know about. Well, the definition of potential is unknowable. But Mike Lang lives in a world of certainty. So for my apologies to Mike Lang, but I'm answering your question about potential. So the other way is to go through bankruptcy. Now, there's this hybrid that we saw in Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know if that actually worked or not. But in my opinion, if it goes through bankruptcy, shareholders are wiped out. So Pharaoh, everything I see is a wipeout for GTII shareholders. Unless all parties can cooperate, get to a table before they slaughter each other. They'll hold harmless the bad guys. Now, the theory is that the big short position is valuable. I think there is now not only tiny, not only slight doubt to that value, my opinion, speaking for myself on something I'm not sure of. I personally think that the value of that short position is the value of the short position in MMTLP. It is under control. They have lawyers doing everything they can think of. They don't mind lying. They don't mind misrepresenting. The regulations give this thing called executive market or whatever the hell this is. I don't think there'll be a short squeeze in GTII. Now, the theory is you could cause one if you brought in assets and you didn't get fooled by the financiers on Wall Street. And I think that's possible, Farrell. I think it's possible. I think it's also possible that everybody at the table, after they play their brinkmanship, will come to a resolution so that Reichman can live out the last years of his life in luxury, and he can leave a legacy for his family, and he can leave with pride. I think the guy from the short hedge fund, derivative world, will be able to come here and will be able to come out and go to his clients and say that he was successful, bailing them out. You know, there's all of these things. But no, I think you have to write off GTII. Can the Toronto guy go into finger? No. They could try, but the Toronto guys are great guys. One of them works at a high level at one of the best firms in the country. One of them is, a Donald Trump type, hard charging, successful guy. And another one has great success in real estate in New York. And, they got Richard Hoffman. But no, they can't. Just because you're in Finger and you're in GTII, Finger, Farrell. I just read you this contract. Finger would be crazy to do anything with Trento or with GTI. It's irrational. It's crazy. It's the quickest way to lose the trust of the Chinese government. But I think that doesn't mean, look, the boo birds out here want to attack Ham, me, others, and maybe I'm the worst guy you've ever met. You got to make that judgment. I know that I'm trying my best to not quit and to keep moving forward and to guide. But, and I think there will be ways. The most you lost in GTII is what you lost. That's it. It's a silly thing, but you're not going to lose more. You're not going to lose more. And there is hope. There is hope. But it has to be a new iteration. It has to be a new iteration. We're not finished with the old iteration yet. It's no longer a stock market story. It's a legal story, GTII is. And no, the Toronto guys should not have anything to do with Finger. I like that, Kitteridge. I was thinking about VIX last night, 3:20 in the morning. VIX has already expanded, but I can understand going to cash, and I think cash might be the safest place. And I actually think the dollar is going to be more strong, show more strength than people realize. I also think the 44-year bull market is almost over. To put it in Bob Prechter terms, talking about something I'm not sure of, and just doing 5 waves. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not Bob Prechter, but we're in the 5th wave of the bull market. We're in the last wave, and it's going to go parabolic, in my opinion. And all the news that everyone is worried about, the wall of worry, I think monies are going to climb a wall of worry. War, Biden, Trump, return of the virus, all sorts of things. BRICS, collapse in Bitcoin. Wait, I don't know if it's going to collapse. Just any event is going to be a wall of worry. And I think the markets are going to climb. But I also understand being in cash, because that climb that I'm talking about could be short-circuited by a collapsing bond market. I don't see that right now. I think the Fed has interest rates under control by buying debt. And right now, people still give credibility to the Fed. I think we're going to go to war to protect our bond market and our dollar and our banks. So I still see the bond market as being under control. And one of the things that helps the bond market is that the world is in recession. I think it's really hard to argue that we're not in recession. I think there's a lot of fake reports out there. So I think there's reasons in the short run that the Fed and the bond investors can make an argument that we're in a period of a soft landing. I think inflation is confusing because I think the numbers are all manipulated. And it depends on what you're measuring. I think we're going to have stagflation, and I don't think we're going to have low inflation. But there's people arguing that we are going to go back to 2% and Donald Trump can get it down. Okay. My point being, there is going to be a window here where what I'm projecting could happen. There are trillions of dollars sitting on the sideline from these ultra smart money managers, and they're going to be afraid of missing out as the market, if I'm right. And to Michael Lang's observation, I'm not sure of it. So if I only were to talk about what I'm sure of, the sun will rise tomorrow, I think, and it'll set tonight, I think. I'm not actually 1,000% sure of that. I'm going to live my life like Mike Lang suggests. Only talk about things I'm sure of. Glass is a liquid, but is it? I'm not sure. Anyway, Kitteridge, I see the reason to hold cash, because you can make money in the VIX. But if these market trends that I'm suggesting might happen, they're going to happen in such a flash. It's going to be unlike anything you've seen before. It's going to be like watching the market go down, only it goes up. And then it'll be over with. And I think when it's over with, unless Donald Trump is successful at creating such a change in optimism and animal spirits that we do return to growth and we do return to calmness and sanity. I mean, there's a possible way that if we all got behind a Trump vision or a Hillary Clinton vision, we could come out of this. But I think what's coming is 1929. I don't know when. Will it be this year, next year, following year? I don't know. But I think it's not going to be a soft landing. I think we're going to miss the runway. I think it's going to be like the plane's computers still thought we were 1,000 feet in the air, but in actuality, we were hitting the runway. I think we're going to have a crack up that none of us have really lived through in our lives. I have a vague memory of stagflation. I have a vague memory of the 70s, but not much. I was a kid. But anyway, so I can see holding cash. Cash will be valuable during that crash. But kid, I'm not telling you what to do at all. But if you're a good trader, which I'm not a good trader, there's some trades you could make. But I agree with you. I don't think it's a bad idea to be in cash. At least you won't make emotional mistakes, because there's going to be so much emotion, and we're all human. We're all human. So the turn in bond yields is a factor. Well, I think banks' unrealized losses, the derivatives around the world, commercial real estate, all of these weird factory destructions and train derailments and bird and cow slaughters. That's weird. The fact that we no longer have a just-in-time delivery system that connects to China and Turkey and other places around the world, there's a lot of change coming. We have a lot of debt to repay. And I think our standing in the world, we look a little bit like an emperor without clothes or a paper tiger. So it's, there's a lot of things that could cause. Ultimately, the financial markets are a confidence game, and it's about groups of people losing confidence. Real estate keeps going up, 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 like rats on the west side, bed bugs uptown. Real estate just keeps going up. How much damage can Joe do? Very little. He's not doing anything now. I'm more worried about Blinken and the women. I think there's one guy, but the women in the 7th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor of the State Department and the people in the executive office, they seem hell-bent on war. Lucky is asleep. It's a joke. People put money in these stocks. I agree with that. These stocks are not the best stocks to be in, although I think finger motion has broken out. I really mean that. I think finger motion stands alone now as one of the companies that broke out of the maw of Lynn Partners. But I think a lot of these stocks are stocks that should be traded and not diamond hands. That's almost every stock, Mike Lang, that you've brought up in your wisdom. But I think you're going to find out, Mike Lang, that stocks like the big boy stocks, Tesla and Apple, they're subject to some disappointments too. The stock market is risk. The stock market is risk. Selling GTI for a penny, I don't think you'll be able to get out. It's one of the reasons I'm telling you it's a write-off, but I don't think you'll be able to get out at a penny. I don't think you'll be able to get out. Thank you for your thoughtful input. I don't know where you got that, but if you're sure of your information, keep putting it up. I'm not sure of that information, Mike. Thank you, Heath. Look, guys, I don't know the numbers on finger. All I know is this contract is huge. They could still screw it up, but it is a company maker. And the shorts are going to crap their shorts when they realize it. The only thing I know for sure is that Finger just got a contract. I'm guessing at the number. I'm guessing at the number. Just like I'm guessing that you're a real person. But why and how do you get these numbers? You don't. How do I answer these questions politely without getting upset? I just read the press release. I know that. I think I know that. I just referenced information that Ham has given from his sources on 2 or 3 phone calls that we've had together. And I've extrapolated that. But I also took those numbers and I chopped it down to the lowest possible interpretation. I still came up with $8 a share. If you want to take that down, chop that in half. That's $4 a share. I don't know, Mike. Do I have to just assume that every contract that comes in is bad news? No contract is bad news. Companies not doing anything. Contracts with the Chinese government is bad news. That's what I've got to assign. Okay, Mike, let me help you in the shorts out. All I can tell you for sure is that Finger got a contract. I'll just help the shorts out. So it's a test. All contracts, all arrangements have a period of time that you have to prove yourself. But no, it does not say it's a test. Mike, are you able to read or are you Chinese? You can't read English? Maybe there's a website that Finger Motion puts its news in releases in Chinese. I don't know. Maybe you can use Google Translate. I don't know. But Mike, it says here, oh God, Jeju Technology has ventured into the development of crisis and emergency response solutions specifically for collaboration with dispatchers, first responders, and healthcare agencies in the event of emergency situations in China. Jeju has received its first order. That doesn't say it's received its first test. It's received its first order. Now, is an order a contract? I'm not sure. Is an order a contract? I guess I should be safe and just say they received an order. They received an order. Jeju Technology, who is a subsidiary of Finger Motion, just received its first order for its advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform to be installed, Mike Lang, in all vehicles involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. So it's just a test. It's just a test. That's not me. You're right, Mike. I'm here to help the shorts out. I congratulate you on your success over these years. You have every angle figured out, from the cop to the policeman to the overseers to the shop dealer. Everybody's on your side. The one thing you didn't plan on was Ham, and you didn't plan on the CEO and the team at Finger Motion. And Lee, if that's her name, you didn't plan on her. You did not plan on Finger Motion kicking butt and taking names. You didn't plan on that. So why don't you wait, Mike, until you know for sure before you cover your shorts? Oh, you're not short. Your average is 240 and you're complaining? God. Guys, Mike, you shouldn't be invested in the market. The only thing you can do in the stock market, you can trade, follow ARCA, follow ACE. I'm not a trader. I'm not a trader. Sometimes you have to trade because that's what the market tells you. But what you do is you study this is how I do it. I hear the story. I meet the people if I can. I usually have to hear the story a dozen times because I'm a jerk like everyone else. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. I don't have time for that. But once I know the story, I study it. I stay on top of it. Then, Mike, I use charts. I don't do it well. But what charts can tell you is when a stock has finally, except in these corrupt markets where there's no price discovery, Gary Gensler's markets, Adina Friedman's markets have no price discovery because they open the sluices for the sale of counterfeit shares, and they don't care. They don't care because it helps Goldman Sachs and it helps Carlyle Group, in my judgment. Everything on this video is in my judgment and in my opinion. But I mean, on charts, if a stock goes up, highs, comes down, comes up to a lower high, and then it breaks below this, you go, uh-oh, it might be going lower, but let's see. And then it breaks. And then it breaks below this high. You got to say, wait a minute. Do I want to wait for it to go all the way back down here? Or would I take 50% of my money off the table, even though it's at a loss, and go into a different story that I've been studying? I don't know. Everybody does it differently. But charts, Mike Lang, help you. Now, I don't have a chart in front of me on finger. And of course, charts can't tell you what you know for sure. So all I can tell you for sure, Mike Lang, finger has a chart. Finger motion has a chart. That's what I know for sure. But in the short run on this chart, to me, finger actually does not look that great on the chart. However, I'm talking about the short run, very short run. However, you guys, the shorts, have tried to take it down below 2-3 times, and you haven't been successful. The stock rallied in the beginning of July to its 20-day moving average. Normal, that's resistance. It pulled back, and it's made 2 or 3 attempts to get back there. But that 20-day moving average is coming down pretty rapidly. So that's the resistance that a trader wants to see, that you could get a breakthrough to the upside. So I've given you one order, one contract on finger motion that I find extraordinarily valuable. You don't. You think it's a test. Okay. So let's just say it's a piece of shit. It's just a lie. It's just a test. It's meaningless. It's just another thing that William and Ham are talking about the stock, and the stock's a joke. Okay, let's assume all that. But let's look at this chart. I'm not saying that it tells you this yet. Well, why don't you just say what it's telling you now and don't talk about anything you're not sure of? If finger motion goes through 225, which from what I look at here, it could do very quickly. It could do it pre-market. If it got through 225, it would be at 250 in a heartbeat. And at 250, to me, I don't see much resistance, although the computers will say there's resistance there. Why do I say that to me? Because it dropped so quickly. And there's a lot of volume. To me, I'm not sure of this, Mike. I'm not sure of this. I think the weak hands, the people who wanted to sell, sold. So I don't think simply going back to 250 is going to cause people that own the stock to sell. Now, it might cause some of the criminal shorting to start again, but I don't personally see that as a big number. The next number that I do see as a stopping point is 270. 270. So if finger motion were to snap back to 225, I think it keeps going. Maybe there's a slowdown at 250, but 273 to me is the first time there'll be resistance. Again, I don't see it as being very significant. I really don't. I really don't. Then you go, and you can't help but see this. You go and you see about $3.125, around $3.10, 15 cents, 12.5 cents. I think that will be a resistance point. That means backing and filling for a little while. But I don't think it will last more than maybe 10 days, 20 days. I'd say 10 days. If all signals are good. Then you've got to get through 325 to 340. That'll be the same thing. It'll puncture up to that, and then it'll pull back and bounce around for a while just to torture you. 340. But the number where I think finger motion breaks out and you won't have time to cover is $4. That's where I think it breaks out. You can argue $4.50, but I'm going to say $4. So, Mike, I think if you hang on, I don't know if you want to, you're going to have a chance to make a nice profit on $2.40 average. Thank you, Heath. I wouldn't put a penny into all those other stocks. I don't know which ones you're talking about. But God, I don't know if anything I do really gets across. That's why we're human, because we don't listen, and we got to go through it ourselves. But if I had $4,000 to invest, and I'm telling you, I think Kit Kitteridge's advice to go to cash makes a lot of sense. I think you could go put it in something you know about. You could go buy cosmetics because you know that you have a lot of cosmetic, a box of cosmetics that is inexpensive and you can retail it on eBay. There's plenty of things to do with your money I don't know anything about. But if we're just talking about these stocks, as Mike Lang put it, because he's here to help, do you know what the 8 scariest words in the English language are? My name is Mike Lang, and I'm here to help. Anyway, one way to do it to me is put half your money in Finger, and then you can go into Mike Lang's other stocks that he wouldn't put a penny in if you wanted to. I think if these trades work, or one of them works, you're a hero. If they all go to zero, as Mike Lang is implying, I think Finger, just the half that you put into Finger, will at least go back to the total that you invested in that little grouping. That's what I would do if you want to invest in the other stocks. I'm only in Finger, so why did you torture me with these other things? I'm sick of this trust me stuff. I don't trust me, Mike. In fact, I know I've never told you to trust me, ever. Let me be really clear. Please don't trust me. Don't trust anything I say. Just trust yourself. And everybody here, trust Mike Lang. He's here to help. Heath is pretty sharp. Heath is a pretty sharp guy. I was not going to sell, but listening today and hearing this, I think it's better to sell. Mike, I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. I'm going to go to Heath. So then why are you still here? Then sell it. Heath says, if you don't like the stock, don't buy it or sell it. I had a manager, Heath, that used to say, he would literally say in the front when he was training us, he'd say, if the stock goes up, buy it. If it goes down, don't buy it. All right. That's it, Frank. You got it. That's exactly what they do. And then they start selling again. The biggest ace of it, Frank, the biggest ace of a reverse split, if Lynn Partners clients are short 100 million shares of Finger, this is the Lynn Partners of New York City that Jeremy Frommer says after his extensive due diligence, they did not hurt his stock price. I'm paraphrasing. So, Frank, if Lynn Partners clients have shorted, and I'm making these numbers up, Mike Lang, if they've shorted 100 million shares of Finger at $4, they have $400 million sitting at a prime brokerage house. They're paying fees. They're paying commission, of course, and they're paying interest. But they can't get their money because they probably have, I'm going to guess that they have a maintenance requirement of at least $5 a share. It might be more than that. So they probably have $500 million tied up, 400 million of which is just creating money out of thin air, right? So what happens if they do a reverse split? 100 for one. It takes the short position from 100 million shares to 1 million shares. They still have the same $5 maintenance requirement. So they've reduced the number of shares in a reverse split to 1 million. They reduced the maintenance requirement from 500 million to 5 million. And guess what happens to the 400 million? They can take 395 minus fees, interest, and costs. They can take 395 million out of their prime broker. They don't pay taxes. There's no 1099. They can transfer it to Germany. They can transfer it to the Cayman Islands. They can send it to Ken Griffin. They can give some of it to Ann Wagner for dinner. That's the real secret of reverse splits. It allows them to take all the money, almost all the money out that was sitting there waiting for closing positions. They don't need to close their positions. They don't need to. That's how they do it. They don't need to close their positions. Oh boy. Mike, I made up the numbers. I heard on this call that each car, each vehicle costs 100,000. I told you, I find it unbelievable. I heard on this call, there's 5 million of these vehicles, and they make 20,000 per vehicle. It's speculation. It's third-hand information. The company has never said those numbers. I've never seen them anywhere. So it's a waste of time. Mike, the only stock position you have is Finger. And I think, probably you should bet against what I'm telling you. Hey, Eunice. God, it's mind-numbing. Do you guys see what the bashers do? They lie. They make up numbers out of whole cloth. I think I was pretty clear where I was getting my numbers and the rationale, and then I chopped it down to allow for the fact that the numbers could all be bullshit. But it's a contract, and it says all vehicles. It says all vehicles. Could Finger Motion screw up and they give the contract to Elon Musk? I suppose. Is everything in life predictable? I guess, to the bashers. The cost of goods sold, I told you what it is. It's data. It's data. The cost that Ham relayed is it costs 100,000 per vehicle, and the profit is 20,000 per vehicle. 20,000. Now I chopped that down, I think, all the way to 200. Let me make sure I'm telling the truth. $200 times. Yeah, I did. I chopped it down to 200 per vehicle, not 20,000. 200. That gave me $19 a share. And then I cut that in half. I came up with $8, $8.50 a share. I think that'll just for your stupid 9.9 billion in cost of goods sold. Thank Dennis. Ethnic groups are okay until it's your group. I don't know. I've always had to live with jokes about me. I don't get offended. I don't get offended. I get offended when people tell two kinds of jokes. Dare I say it? I do. I get offended when people tell two kinds of jokes. You can think what they are. And I never tell them. I never tell them. I don't know the answer. I have $40 left. God, I must have said something. I don't know what. Yes, Cougar Fields. I have $40 left. I'm glad I didn't put much in finger. I'm down about 60%. Dennis, I don't think you should be an investor. But I will tell you what you should be glad. If you didn't put much in and you're down 60%, I can't give you financial advice, but that would give you an opportunity to average down. You could double up or triple up in finger, but you won't because you're stuck in the view that GTII is down, MMAT is down, vocal is down, finger is down. It's all bad. But I'll tell you, Dennis, I really think if you're down 60% in finger, you paid about $330 for your stock, maybe $350. You can bring your average down. You can bring your average down by buying more, or you can get out, take the risk of waiting 30 days. I think it's a huge risk, and buy back and establish your tax loss. Or you can say, I'm glad I didn't buy more. I'm down 60%, which is fine. It's a perfectly fine approach. I didn't buy much. I'm down 60%. I'm glad, and I'm not going to buy more. It's perfectly fine. But I do think you have an opportunity. But you're listening to these two boo birds be negative on this contract. They're scared shitless of this contract. This is a huge contract. Why don't you wait till you find out if I'm right on the contract? Then the stock might be $5, $6, $7, and you can buy more then. And that's also a good strategy. There's all sorts of strategies. Sometimes it's better to buy a stock as it's going up because you know it, you can sense that it's going to continue going up. So I'm glad you didn't buy any more either, and that you're only down 60%. No, Justin, I answered that already. If that's the question you wanted answered, the company can do a reverse split based on its cap table. It's all fraud anymore. Ah, God. I just don't think okay. There's a company, Justin, that has 100 million shares. There's a company that has 100 million shares issued and outstanding, okay? They do a 1-for-10 reverse split. So on their audited books, their issued and outstanding shares have gone to 10 million. They do not know. I've got to stop doing this. I've just got to stop doing this. They do not know that they do not know. They have no way of knowing that there's 250 million shares sitting in broker-dealers' account. In other words, 150 million are fake. They're doing the reverse split based on the information they know from the DTCC. And they end up with this. And the information they have, their own auditors. The direct registration doesn't change. If the broker-dealer this broker-dealer, let's say it's just one in the world, you decided that, and you're the only shareholder, you got your 100 million shares issued to the transfer agent. Well, this number would go down to 150 million at the broker-dealer, and 100 million would be at the transfer agent. The company wouldn't know all these numbers because the broker's not going to tell them. So no, and I did answer the question. I did answer your question. A direct registration of shares will not keep the company from doing a reverse split. It will not stop it. All right, I'm not going to go any higher. I'm just going to thank you, John. I said finger is dead while I was being sarcastic or facetious. Unbelievable. But thank you for pointing that out, because is Ham the biggest trust me bro ever? No, I've never heard him say that. I trust him. I think his information is good. I think he gives his sources. I think he shares his ideas. I think he's direct. I think he's consistent. But anyway, J-Town 1973, I've never seen your name before. My suggestion is, if you believe he's a trust me bro, stop listening to him. Just stop. You can go listen to Roaring Kitty. GME all the way. Cohen is building a war chest. I don't buy it. I think if people buy GME, it runs up, they'll sell some more stock. I think there's much better places to put your money than GME. And I wouldn't go all the way in GME at all. I think you're better off buying Oxy Petroleum, for example, or Phelps Dodge, or you shouldn't go all the way in any stock anyway. Surely you shouldn't go in a stock that has an idiot coming on telling you to chill. And anyway, do what you want. Do what you want. That's right, Jeff Grimm. Thank you. Even if it's $20 a vehicle, it's a good contract. And Jeff, the key thing to it, if they're making 20 profit a vehicle, that's more than they're making anywhere else right now. But the blessing is they're in bed with the government. Don't you think there'd be other data-based contracts that state, federal, and local government would enter into with them? I can think of some. Monitoring phones so there's no flash mobs in Tiananmen Square. Monitoring vehicles so that if for some reason a group of, Tibetans were trying to escape Tibet, you would know about it. I don't know. I'm making things up. But the best thing is that it's the beginning of contracts. Hey, Donald, I don't know how logic is progressing. specifically, I own Logic, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating. That I'll tell you the three risks, and I won't belabor it. I'll punch it because I've said it several times. The three risks are that management at Logic listens to a group like Aubrey Advisors or Chadron and prices the deals that have already been announced based on the fake non-price discovery price of shares in the open market by counterfeit sellers. That's one. Two, the other risk is as the new management comes in, they do a deal with an Aubrey Advisors. And the third risk is it's a little harder to explain, Donald, because it took me a while to figure it out. But without going through the arithmetic again, because I've done it before, on the first deal, they've already announced, and it's signed, sealed, and delivered. It's $100 million deal where we get 15%. And let's just say they do arithmetic. They ignore the stock price in the market, which is a big assumption, but I'm going to go with that one. It's worth 5 cents a share. So the first deal is worth 5 cents a share, but they also announced the second, third, fourth deal, the series of deals, making this all worth over 750 million. So combined, and it could be more, Donald. I'm just using I know I'm writing this away, just using my memory, 40 cents. So all four deals are worth 40 cents to us. But here's the weird thing. This deal is based on we keep 15%. This deal is based on we keep 15%. This deal is based on we keep 15%. This deal's based on we keep 15%. So what I was thinking about, if the first guy comes in and we get 15% and then that's done, they come to the second guy, we get 15%. Or in other words, they get 85%. They get 85, they get 85. And as I'm telling it to you, I'm getting confused. That's why. But it seems like that would be ever dilutive to us. So my conclusion is that it would be best, and maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong. My conclusion, if there's 3 or 4 deals, it would be best if Logic organized those deals all at the same time. What's really best, if they do the calculation on arithmetic, their own valuation, rather than what the short sellers are evaluating the company at. So it's a long way of answering your question. It's also posing to you, am I thinking clearly? Because I don't know. But it seems to me there's an incentive, Donald, to get the 3 deals we know about, maybe it's 4, I don't know, that done all at the same time. Get all the CEOs together and say, look, the price is suppressed by Aubrey Advisors clients, we think. We don't know for sure. Mike Lane warns us to only talk about what we know for sure. Well, we don't know it for sure, but somebody destroyed the price of our stock. There's only one group that benefits. But anyway, leaving that all aside. So the first thing Brent has to convince them of, let's not use 2 cents to calculate this. Let's use the fact that we have 277 million shares out and then we just do the division of 15%. We keep 15% of Newco. So in the case of the 100 million deal, that works out to a certain number. The second deal, that works out to another number. Third deal, that works out to another number. It seems to me, Donald, that if they do it one deal at a time, we get less than 15% out of those 4 deals because we keep getting diluted. So, and I've really, it's something I think about, go, yeah, I'm sure I'm right. And then I think later, wait a minute. So I'm admitting it's a bit of a thought exercise. But it's my way of telling you that I believe the company is making sure they do the negotiation with the 2 or 3 CEOs in this first group all at the same time because it's best for us. Yeah, I think it's best for the CEOs too, because the first CEO would keep getting diluted since it's a series too. So I think it's in the best interests of the companies. Anyway, Donald, that's the first thing I wanted to point out. I think the reason, one possible reason for delaying doing it one by one, is that it makes more sense to do the first series, the first 1, 2, 3, 4 companies all at the same time. So it's the same arithmetic calculation. Then the mass, it's like putting 1 burning ember in the fireplace. That doesn't do anything. But if you can put 4 burning embers in, that could do something. The mass of 4 companies coming in with product, revenue, earnings, cash maybe, that mass could drive a higher price than 40 cents once they're put together, because maybe a multiple comes in, maybe institutions follow it and there's research. So that's my second point. My third point is there's always good and bad. We already voted to have a 50-for-1 reverse split. So the company wants to go on NASDAQ. I sure as hell they don't go to where that lackadaisical Adina Friedman runs the show. I hope they go to the New York Stock Exchange. But whatever. They're going to do what they can do. So my point is, Donald, if they reverse merger just the first deal, that's $100 million, and we get 5 cents, I should write it. I know I'm writing it the wrong way. I'll take the cents off. I'm writing it the wrong way. I'll put dollars. Okay, so they just do the first deal, Donald, at 5 cents and announce it. They do the reverse split because that's the trigger for the reverse split. You multiply 5 cents times 50. And you end up with a $2.50 stock on either the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. What occurs to me, Donald, is that, one, I don't think that necessarily meets the threshold of coming in on those exchanges. It might, but I don't think so. Secondly, no institution will buy a $2.50 stock. No retail brokerage firm system will put out a buy recommendation on a $250 stock. So if they need money, they'll go to an Aubrey Advisors, and Polar Investments will short them to oblivion. That's my third point. It makes sense to me, for this reason alone, that they're going to try. Look, Mike Lang would be disappointed with me because I don't know any of this for sure. No one's told me this. It's a quiet period, and I have to wait for releases. But to me, if you know that you can put, it's in the press release that I'm getting this number. In the press release, they said that they are doing a series, their first series of deals, and it's worth greater than 750 million. It was unclear because in the press release, they talked about 3 are in the letter of intent status. 1 is binding letter of intent. 2 are in already signed. But they didn't say if a series is 3. They didn't say that. They did say that 1 is a binding letter of intent and 2 are signed letters of intent. I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. And Mike Lang would say, well, then just say what you know and don't say what you're not sure of. But if we can assume, Donald, that the series is 3, but maybe it's 4 or 5. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They say a series at 750, greater than 750. I'm not going to go through the arithmetic. And I know I'm writing that incorrectly, but that's 40 cents a share if they did one deal worth greater than 750 million, and we have 15%, it's 40 cents a share. It's actually a little bit more. 40 cents a share. Well, let's take the 40 cents a share. Times 50. In other words, you're doing a 1 for 50 reverse split. You got a $20 stock on the New York or on the NASDAQ. You got a stock that's trading at $20. It's got revenue streams. It's got good management. It's in biotech. I assume it has institutional support. I assume there might be an investment banker that will finance this. I hope it's not Aubrey Advisors. I hope it's not Yorkville, but we don't know. We have to run that risk. Maybe it's just private investors, but then you're at $20 and you have a growing company. You have a vision. You have cash flow. You have revenue, and maybe you have earnings. You have research analysts. You have institutional buyers. You may have retail brokerage firms buying it. At $20 a share, it's going to be really hard for the shorts to destroy that stock. That's my fourth reason why I think it makes sense, Donald, that they haven't announced the first deal yet. It's because they are trying to organize a simultaneous closing of at least 3 deals, maybe more. That's my opinion. Concretely, Donald, one thing we can extrapolate from the most recent filing, I guess it was a filing, but we can go on OTC markets and find it. You just go to OTC markets, you type in the symbol, and then you hit security details. And they now have authorized shares of 277 million. Last I looked, it was around 235 or something, 232, 238. Anyway, it looks to me like they issued something like 25 million new shares. So one thing we can extrapolate is they raised enough cash to keep their shell, it's not really a shell, but to keep their filings current, to make their structure attractive for reverse merger. So I think that's a positive. We can extrapolate that because it happened. It happened. And the only other thing I can say, Donald, is that I hear that all the meetings that they're having are going really, really well, and they're going swimmingly. Anyway, that's my update on Logic. I'm waiting to, and it's more time than I ever thought, but I'm hopeful that it I don't know, Donald. I got caught out. I was trying to be so precise last time somebody asked me. I think it was PS 71. And I made a stupid error. I thought that the end of July was the end of the second quarter. It's not. It's the first month of the third quarter. So I no longer think there's any incentive that they have to race to get this done by July. But I do think they have to get it done by the end of the third quarter, which is the end of September. And that kind of dovetails in my mind with a couple of things. I think there's more than one company that the CEO is intensely involved with, not because he meant to spread himself thin. It's that over the lifetime of Logic, they spun off companies, then those companies spun off assets, as we know, the disastrous Aubrey Advisors sponsored SPAC. But anyway, so he's in 2 or 3 times at it. So anyway, his attention is spread a little bit thin, but he's working his butt off and working hard. And I think it's going really well. Okay, that's one. 2 is everybody he's dealing with, best I can tell, are not only high net worth individuals and high net worth institutions, but extraordinarily high net worth institutions and people. August is holiday. You holiday, I holiday. August is holiday. So I think September is probably, I hate saying it, but I think September is what I'm steeling myself for. in terms of when a really exciting announcement could happen for Logic. That's just what I think. And then in the announcement, it says they want to raise money in the third quarter. I just hope they don't do it with Aubrey Advisors and Polar and Shadron. I hope they don't do it with Yorkville. But I don't think they will, Donald. I don't think they will. But that's, you know, that's a risk. I don't think they will. I think, you know, I've written emails. I've made my point of view clear, but I think there's only so many times you can have your fingers burned while you pull the turkey out of the oven before you start using potholders, you know? So anyway, I'm trying to remember everything I said, Donald. I guess I summarize it by saying I think everything's going very well. And I think September is, for me, my mind, when I expect to hear something through an announcement. It could happen sooner. It definitely could. But I think September. Thank you, Lalija. Oh, you did? we have a good sense of humor here, Lalija. That is a great sense of humor. That's a better sense of humor than Richard Hoffman. I love it. 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 You're welcome. I mean, I'm sorry I go so long with it, but it's complicated, or maybe I make it too complicated. I agree. The charts are worthless, except though, RW, what's really weird, in the last chart for one of the stocks we're following, it went right to the moving average, and then it sold off. Just remember, the criminals use computers too. They use algorithms too. And they use the exact same thing that ARCA does and Avid does, and that I try to do in a very feeble way. They use the exact same numbers, Fibonacci this, and 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spot that, and you know, third wave, fifth wave in the third wave in a secular bull market. It's all crap. They all do the same thing. So that's why it works sometimes. But yeah, it's the age-old argument. Do you use charts? And some people only use charts. Ham's close to that in the sense that he is a trader, so he only uses the information he believes will make the stock move in the short run. However, he's kind of morphed, because you're not all of one thing. You're not all of one thing. He's morphed into more of a fundamental story guy as it relates to finger motion. And he was a story guy, I think, on GTII for a long time. But I think if you listen to him, he's telling you over and over and over again, talk to Richard Hoffman, because it's legal now. He doesn't know anything. Ham doesn't know. He's not a lawyer. He doesn't know anything. But the problem is, no judge is going to give us a squeeze play. Mama has a squeeze box. No judge is going to do it. So anyway, me, I'm more of a fundamental guy, but I learned a little bit about charts, enough to be an idiot, because sometimes, frankly, stocks trade based on that. And there's times when you really want to get into to a stock. Oh, I got some money. I want to buy, I don't know, I want to buy GME. It's at $80. Everybody's buying it. And then by the time the money gets in your account, the stock's at 56. You look at it and you look at the chart. And if you have a little bit of understanding, you say, wait a minute, that sounds like a cheap price, but that chart looks like it broke down. What if it goes to 30? I don't know. Anyway, you try to mix the two. Yeah, I'll be up at that price. I have it in 2 or 3 different places, and I average down quite a bit at a very low price. So at 15 or 20 cents, I will be happy, Donald. Well, problem is so many things. But if Joe Biden's not going to be the next president, but if Kamala's the next president, I do expect that capital gains taxes will be massive, which is, I'm going to answer Pharaoh. Joe Biden's proposed plan, which I think will survive, I think it's a Democratic platform, is long-term capital gains. Now, there's some parameters for how much, what income bracket you're in, but just simplistically, long-term capital gains, as I recall, are 54%, 52% tax, and short-term. It's 50% plus the Obamacare premium. So I think it's 54%, 54.25% long-term and short-term. So I'm not sure that I'm going to want to sell any logic this year because I don't want to create a 50%, well, with district, a 60% tax obligation. So I may wait until next year, and then that problem comes up. Do you think the stock market is going to crash hard next year? Do you think management will stay away from Jeffrey Easton types? Those are the risks of holding it. The positives of holding it is I think it's going to be a huge medical company. You know, it's going to be $1 billion company out of the gate, a little bit less. But allow me poetic license. It's $1 billion biotech company with institutional following, visible revenues. That's pretty exciting. There's no reason why $1 billion company couldn't become a $2, $3, $4, $5 billion company. So we have to follow the news. But anyway, Donald, if it gets to 15 cents, 20 cents, depending on the news, I might sell some. I on the other hand, I'm leaning, now that it's already August and maybe the news comes out in September, I'm leaning to trying to wait into 2025. The risk is, though, if the whole market crashes, but I will tell you, when the Dow used to be suppressed, over-the-counter stocks had a huge, it was like the mice were playing while the cat was away. So it doesn't mean it can't be a strong performer. Anyway, I'm talking too much. Hey, PS 71, thank you. It has been a long call. Mostly it was Ham. Ham did a great job. Ham's energy is superb, and I think he gave great advice. So Pharaoh is saying, so dump GTII. You were saying the three options is a lose-lose deal. I don't know, Pharaoh. There is a possibility. These guys are very hard charging. The kind of the prime mover is going to be meeting with Richard Hoffman, I'd say within the next couple of weeks. I didn't say all three options were lose, lose, lose. I said the first one could be that the principals involved all sit around a table and they work out let's get out of this and let's not kill the goose. Let's pay off Reichman, pay off the guy from the hedge fund, pay off the other people, try to claw back as many of the shares as we can, try to get some cash back. That could happen. And I think that's what they're going to try to do. In that case, the cap table survives and maybe improves. And I know ways to make that value grow right away. And they think they know how to do it. That's the first one. And that isn't a lose-lose deal. I think it takes time. I don't think that happens next week. I don't think it happens before September. What is going to make that happen is when the good guys, let's call them, convince the bad guys they're going to go to jail if they don't make a negotiation. I'm being extreme. It's going to take time for that data to be collected. Lawyers take time. So I don't think it's going to be quick, but it could happen in weeks or months, a couple months. So one thing is, Pharaoh, you could wait and do nothing and see if that happens. I know that's what the whales want. That's what the Trento guys want. That's what, the real estate guys from New York want. That's what they want. Is it what Reichman wants? I don't know. Is it what the guy who's in there, in my judgment, as a bird dog for the shorts wants? No, it's not. So you got to see, but that could happen. That would be the best case for shareholders in GTII, because these guys would then bring assets in to GTII and, they got the balls to do it. They can do it. The second thing I said to you, Pharaoh, is that whatever this court position is in, I admitted to you, I'm not a lawyer and I don't have the filing, so I don't exactly understand it. But there is a way that it can go through the court system, and on the other side, GTII remains with its current shareholders. That is possible. I think it'll take time. That's why I say in your mind, you should write it off. But that's not lose-lose. That means they come out with a company with its naked short position in place, with the shareholders in place. And these guys out of New York know what they're doing. I mean, they got it. They got it sussed. That's not lose-lose. It just takes time. The final way, I think, is lose. It goes through bankruptcy. BBB&Y did convince the judge that the creditors would put up some money. I forget how it went. And the creditors would make a deal with the equity. And there is a complicated formula that after the creditors are paid, the shareholders get something. When you're in bankruptcy, it Almost anything can happen. Contracts that you thought were firm and had value, they can be declared executory, they have no value. Everything breaks into classes. So you have the first class is probably going to be the trades that are, like the consultants or the plumbers or the, I don't know whatever the hell, the people, the janitors that are owed money. That might be one class. Then you have creditors, if there are any, that are a different kind of creditor, a long-term creditor, a bond creditor. That could be class 2. There could be a third class of claims against Reichman and the company for fraud. I don't know. I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, but you'll have several classes. They'll all have higher ranking than the last. Guess who's the last in bankruptcy? Guess who's the last, Farrell? In status. Sure, it's equity. Equity is the last. There's nobody below equity. Unsecured creditors are ahead of equity. Bankruptcy is for creditors. Bankruptcy court is for creditors, not shareholders, not equity. The judge's responsibility in bankruptcy court is for the creditors, not shareholders. I mean, unless it's so clear cut that there's a big slug left over for equity, they can't steal it. But no, the third option is a lose deal. I guess the way I presented it in the short run, yes. I think look, Farrell, what I find is people torture themselves. In your mind, you've got to write off GTII. You can't control it. You can't buy or sell it. I think if it takes long enough, and let's say by the end of the year, nothing has happened, you can write it off and you can take a tax loss. And then if something good happens in 2025, and let's say these guys can get the stock going up, Ham will help them. Ham will give them anything they want for free. Clients, money, help with lawyers, help with accounting. Ham will give it, force feed it to them. It's going to work. It's going to work. Maybe. Maybe. But if it's in 2025 and you wrote it off for 2024, you're going to have to take your gains, if they come, from a zero cost basis. But Farrell, if the Democratic tax platform wins, and everyone's on the Republican side are counting their chickens. I don't think there's any clear indication that Donald Trump is going to win the White House or the House of Representatives or the Senate. I think it's too early to tell. 4 months is a lifetime in politics. And I'm not making any, that's an expression. It's a long time. So if the Democratic policy comes through, Farrell, and gains short or long term are taxed at 54.25%, you're going to want to have some losses. Only an investor who becomes bitter or emotional, and I'm capable of that. I'm capable of anger, bitterness, emotional attachment. What woulda, coulda, shoulda? You should see me at 3 o'clock in the morning. But only an investor that's caught up in that would not recognize that when a stock is down and you look forward and you see no reason why it's going to go up quickly, that's a good time to look at other stocks or other investments or cash, as Kit Kitteridge says, or pay down my credit card, whatever. But establishing a tax loss can help. I mean, I don't know. If you bought 10,000 GTII at $2, if you bought 10,000 GTII at $2, you spent 20 grand. And right now, you have 20 grand loss. You have a 20 grand loss. If you do nothing, and let's say these guys from Trento can run this thing up, and it goes to I'll make it up, $12, but it takes 18 months or so. It goes to $12. Well, you suddenly have $100,000 profit. State and local. You have $100,000 profit. State and local tax, if the Democrats win, is $60,000, and you net a $40,000 profit. On the other hand, if you were to establish your loss, for example, simply by writing it off at the end of the year, if it's not trading, you check with your accountant. I'm not an accountant, but if it's not trading, you can't trade it. There's no bid and ask. My understanding is you can write it off. So at the end of the year, you could write it off for a $20,000 loss by not selling it. You don't have to sell it. And if the Trento guys are able to make it work, you haven't sold your shares, but you wrote them off. Let's say it goes to $12. You have $120,000 profit because your cost basis is zero. At 60%, you've got to pay taxes under the Democratic regime of $72,000. So you'd be left with 48,000 in that scenario. But guess what? You took your tax loss. So in the north, if you do nothing, I mean, I already gave you that example, but I'm just showing you how minus the tax deduction from a zero cost basis, 120, you'd in the Democrats' tax regime, you'd have to spend state and federal 72,000 on taxes. So you would net a profit of 48,000. But if, on the other hand, you had a profit of 120,000, you established the $20,000 tax loss at the end of the year, you're paying taxes then on only 100,000 in gains, which would be 60 grand, which leaves you 40,000 there, plus 20,000 you didn't have to pay on. It means you net 60K instead of 48. That's 12 grand. It's nothing to sniff at extra. So Farrell, one thing you want to buy, maybe by the end of the year, depending on how things go, maybe write it off. I'm not sure this difference that I just described to you is necessarily worth trying to do something right now, because there is a chance the principals will get together and realize that instead of having a circular firing squad, maybe the best thing is to let bygones be bygones and move on. All right. All right. I think I got to the bottom. I did. Thank you, PS71. So everybody, I'm at the bottom. I'm going to sign off. It's 6:18. I've tried. It's hard to know when someone's real or someone's fake, but I've made a commitment to try to answer every question, hang in with the realization of losses and all that. I'm sorry if I bored some of you. Let's say a prayer for Jenny L. Let's say a prayer for our country. Let's say a prayer for Joe Biden and the decision making the Democrats make. Say a prayer for Donald Trump. And let's pray for peace. Please pray for peace in the world. Good night. So peace, love, and happiness.